actions in what we do. A culture of employee commitment. Now, that's a two-edged sword. Do we keep our word to our employees? Do we meet all our obligations? Do we meet the conditions of service? Do we ensure that things are done properly in a way that we can demand for performance and we can create an environment where commitment is natural for those who work in our system? And those that do not, what is the system? What ways do we have for being able to chastise them and give the right recommendations to the right people so that others can feel a need to perform? Employee commitment is part of the culture that will help us to build a sustainable organization. Strong reputation. Do we care about the reputation of the organization? Because the reputation of the organization will be based on the reputation of its constituent members, who are the employees within it, and how they value the reputation of the organization and therefore make themselves net positive contributors to its reputation by their own action. Do we value the reputation of the organization, our reputation individually? And by doing the right thing, we help to build an environment where attention is paid to doing the right thing, the right values, being truthful, being honest, delivering the right service, not being corrupt in our actions, not demanding what we should do as part of our work, not demanding for compensation other than what is due to us for the service that we're already paid to deliver. Can we be trusted to deliver what we should at the time that we should? Have we built an environment of better teamwork? A house divided against itself, they say, it cannot thrive. It will fall eventually. So if we want an institution that will outlive us, we must build a team culture. We must build an environment of trust that we started with, and we must build an environment of collaborative work. Because no man has all the skills and the talent to build an institution. But we all bring different values to the institution, and all our values hold together helps us to create an institution that is formidable and able to compete at any level amongst others. And that reward goes to all of us because we win together or we lose together. Long-term sustainability. Obviously, we cannot build an institution that will outlive us if in the component processes and ways of our institution, we do not build an institution where sustainability, which means the things that we do are things that will last. The way that we do things are ways that can be replicated over and over and over again within the institution. That the ways we do things is not dependent on the individual that is on the seat, but is dependent on the processes and systems that we have set, irrespective of who is there. Which means if we're recruiting right into our organization, then those team members within our organization will be the right fit for the places we have plugged them into. And I know some of these things you're probably thinking to yourself, these are complicated for public sector. But guess what? You are the policy makers. You're the ones who know the things that must work for our public service to work efficiently, and for the institutions that are committed to us individually as permanent secretaries or head of service and all of that, for them to outlive all of us when we leave. Whatever is within your own control within those institutions, that's what you do. It's not always in the big things, it's also in the small things. It's in the changes that are incremental. It's in the empowerment, it's in the simple things that we implement, but that have exponential results because of how things are changed. Now, there are certain key principles that we must know, that institutions that outlive their leaders or owners usually have strong foundations beyond personality, emotion, or independent people come into it. It's about the values that has been established across different areas of what makes that institution what it is. I wish I had more time to spend with you, but this is the window I was given. And I wish you a successful conference, and I look forward to our engagement in future. I want to thank my sister, the head of service, for the invitation. And I want to thank the team and Ishaku, my friend, for all the engagement towards making sure that we can still participate in this, even though I cannot physically be there. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. We can do better with that round of applause. Can you please give me some volume on this microphone? Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, and I hope that you all had a very restful night. And yesterday was very engaging. And of course, we are greatest beneficiaries of it all. To the glory of God, this is day 2 of his International Conference, International Civil Service Conference 2026, as convened by none other than a very committed and passionate head of civil service of the Federation of Nigeria. She's already seated here with us. Please join me in welcoming Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson Jack, MNI-OON. Can I hear that round of applause for her, please? I must say here, ma'am, that history and posterity will be very kind to you when the story of the modern civil service in Nigeria and beyond is written. Congratulations. Thank you for your iconic leadership. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've heard extensively from Dr. Ibukun Awoshika. She's a woman that needs no introduction, but she was introduced even before she came up to this podium, or rather, delivered her keynote titled Leading with Values, Building Institutions that Outlive Leaders. We'd like to appreciate her contributions, very invaluable to us. And we move on with the speed that this event deserves. We're very much on time at this moment. And the next speaker will be coming up to speak about harnessing diaspora intellectual capital for national development. Taking us through this is a woman who is very highly celebrated in the academia. Professor Nwadiuto Esiobo. She is a Nigerian-American professor of microbiology and biotechnology, and known for her work in microbiomes, microeconomy, and science diplomacy. She's here with us. Can we please welcome her with a resounding applause? Take her seat. Professor Nwadiuto Esiobo, she's already here. Can you take your seat briefly so that I can get done with introducing you before I hand over proceedings to you? She's currently a professor of microbiology and biotechnology in the Department of Biological Sciences at the Florida Atlantic University. She's been at FAU for 26 years and counting, and oversees the Esiobo Biotech Laboratory. She is a pioneer director and the first microbiome innovation center in South Florida. Her background in education includes, but not limited to these ones: BSc in microbiology, University of Benin, Nigeria, 1981, MSc in environmental biology, Obafemi Awolowo University, Nigeria, PhD in microbiology, University of Louvain, Belgium, 1988, and postdoctorate in molecular biology, 1996. Without wasting too much time, and I can see someone is walking up to me for further information. And just before I round off, let me quickly remind us that the other stages, the sessions in those other stages are happening simultaneously. And so would like to encourage those of you, So please go ahead and scan the barcode on your tag, and it leads you to the various stages. It's happening right now simultaneously, and very important topics also being discussed. So please, if you belong to any of the other stages, you may wish to join them as we make progress from here in this stage that we're all gathered in. Prof also belongs to the Jefferson Science Fellow and a senior advisor in the United States Department of State's Office of Global Food Security. She's the founder and CEO of Applied Biotech Incorporated in the United States of America and Nigeria, focusing on microbial solutions for agriculture, health, and sustainability. She's also the General Secretary and Trustee, Applied Microbiology International. She has mentored so very many people and founded OWLGEMS, All Jams, a multidisciplinary undergraduate research team at the FAU chapter of the American Society for Microbiology. She's recognized by ASM and SACNAS for excellence in mentoring. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, quite intimidating. She's a strong advocate for building scientific capacity across Africa and the United States, bridging academia, industry, and policy. I'll keep it very brief, having taken permission from her to abridge her citation. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like that you join me with a very resounding applause as we welcome Professor DAY2 to take charge of proceedings from here.
Your Excellencies, the head of the Civil Service, Your Excellencies, the head of the Civil Service, Mrs. Didi Esther Walson Jack, a woman of distinguished leadership acumen. I know all of the adjectives have been rolling to you all day. I just needed to add my voice to tell you that you're truly distinguished. I pray that someday you'll become Nigeria's first female president because you have all it takes. I know that like Esther of old, you will lead your people, you will rescue Nigeria and Africa. Good morning, everyone. Oops. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders, government officials, heads of civil service, development colleagues, policy experts, honored guests from across the continent, international high-level representatives and groups. I don't want to miss anyone. I want to thank you for the honor, for the invitation, and the honor of standing here to address you today on a subject so dear to my heart. The topic that I'm going to be discussing briefly is on harnessing diaspora intellectual capital for national development. My name is DAY2, as I have been introduced. Many people call me Daughter of Africa, fondly so, and I cherish that name as well. So what I'm going to do today is I will attempt in the time I've been given to weave together the experiences I've had as a Nigerian born. I was born in this precious land of my heritage, and I'll weave the experiences that I have had through the 40 that are wonderful policymakers, heads of service, colleagues in the hall, and anyone at all can hinge on to bring about a major transformation. The first point is that the time is now. This is the most important time to transform the civil service from just being administration to becoming architects of talent circulation. So they can be architects of policy, but the civil service should become an architect or a place where people can build and shape the circulation of talents. So why do I say that this is the time? There could be no better time. The continent of Africa sits on, there are three reasons why this is the most important time to do this. Africa sits on very precious minerals, cobalt, lithium, uranium, and all of these are minerals required for energy, for driving the digital future that everyone is talking about. Africa is sitting on incredible resource that it is not mining. The diaspora would help to mine those. The second reason why this is, when Africa must do this, is that we currently have a very young population, Nigeria too. If we miss this opportunity of empowering and skilling our young people, they won't remain young forever. The time and the window will pass. It is estimated that by 2050, nearly 1/3 of the world's workforce would be of Black African descent. In 2050, it's not far away. So the workers must be trained now and through the civil service. The third reason why this must be the hour when we transform the civil service is that Africa has got a potential great resource that it's not using. It's diaspora. About 170 million Africans are in the diaspora. Nigeria alone has about 17 million people. And these are not mean people by any means. These are people who drive Fortune 500 companies, who are the steerers and producers of knowledge in science and technology. And I can go ahead and break this down if we have time to tell you what resources you have. For these three reasons, this is the time when we must revamp the civil service to become an architect of brain and talent circulation. Before I proceed to the second reason, what was the first point? Now is the time. There are 8 things to take home today. But before I go on to the second point, I want to share a little bit of my experience at the State Department. I was an advisor to Hillary Clinton, senior science advisor for global health and in global food security offices. I also advised President Bush for awards in science and mathematics, the younger President Bush. What did I learn? I was shocked, and this might be some lesson for Nigeria's civil service. Everyone in the office had multiple degrees, but you will never know. So the civil servants had multiple degrees, highly skilled. They spoke multiple languages. There was one other thing I found out. They don't do capacity building training. We train every week. Every staff takes time to go to the library, to the bibliothèque, they call it. You're either learning German, you're learning French, or you're learning Spanish, or maybe learning some other skill, maybe AI tools. You go in and you log in, and you learn in your own time. So training is continuous. People continuously train, and that is factored into your promotion. Do you know why that is important? The biggest, most important skill for the civil service is adaptability. Because the only constant thing is change. And we're in an era where things will keep changing. I noticed in this publication that was shared yesterday that the civil service currently scores 30% in ability to adapt. And so this is an area that we need to adjust. The last thing I learned from the US Department of State during my time there as a senior science advisor was that they were very well paid. They were so well paid, they didn't look for a second job. They were so well paid, no one could corrupt them. They served America, all of us, served America with dedicated allegiance. And I may want to submit to you that this will be something to promote our Nigerian system. The other thing that I'll mention in passing, yesterday I asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs, whom we all love and adore for all the wonderful things he has done. I asked him, would you need a scientist in your ministry? He said, not really. But that's not quite so, and that's perhaps one of the changes we need to bring, because you need everyone in every ministry. That's what I saw that they do. They would take people from agriculture, from science, and put them in foreign affairs. And these people have multiple backgrounds. So that allows, all right, so that's a little bit of my experience out there in civil service. Back to number 2. Remember, there are 8 things that we have to take home today about how we harness diaspora talents. Intellectual, the one doing machine learning would be among the team that he could actually beckon on to come in to build that system for Africa. I was watching as the president was contemplating what the answer would be. He could easily beckon at the swag of his finger, and his diaspora will come in to build that. So we need to change. The intellectual capital of diaspora includes scientific expertise, scientific capital, I would call it. We have researchers, clinicians, technologists, biotech experts. The world belongs to those who do biotechnology. Allow me to be a little biased. AI specialists. I mentioned my son was one of them. There are people who have institutional capital. In other words, they understand exactly how systems work, how governments of great nations work. We have seen the inside workings of negotiations among nations. And you can tap into your diaspora to give Nigeria that edge with very little. You have policy capital. You have people who are scientists, I already said that. Reputational capital. If anyone says Nigeria is a shithole country, they need to just take a quick look at the diaspora that's keeping. In fact, the Nigerian diaspora earns on the average in the United States much more than most Americans themselves. So there is no one who can blame Nigeria for bringing up such diasporans. All right, the number 4 point. What was the number 3 point? That you've got a lot of resources to tap from. That includes institutional, scientific, research, policy, and marketing. That's the point number 3. Point number 4 of how we can harness diaspora intellectual capital beyond remittances. Point number 4 is that there has to be a paradigm shift that breaks down silos so that you don't have little groups here and there. For example, Nigeria has done a lot to harness his diaspora potentials. I gave the first keynote address in the very first Science Diaspora meeting here in Abuja when President Obasanjo was in charge. I had not been to Nigeria in a long time, so I bought my ticket to come. I thought Nigeria was poor. But when I got home, my eyes opened. I gave a keynote on how we can use science to develop Nigeria. Many years down the line, President Buhari, but we should stop having in cocoons. There has to be a major paradigm shift that will move us from just, members of the NIDCOM. Every ministry, in my opinion, should have diaspora activities. You should be able, for example, to have diasporans commit hours and their expertise for mentorship, for universities, have board services, and have them review programs, policies, and inputs, institutional reforms in real time. So we can also go continental by improving and encouraging Nigerian diasporas to go to Rwanda, for example, or a Nigerian in South Africa can go to Ghana, for example, as a diaspora to make interventions. I suggest that we should establish maybe a virtual diaspora advisory board for every ministry, especially the civil service ministry. Or maybe something like expert service corps. Point number 5. Remember, there are only 8 points I'm going to share, and if there is time, I can expatiate on these. The point number 5 is to invest in your diaspora. When you go to the United States, every major city has a Chinatown. When you go to London, you will find Arabs in clusters. In Minnesota, even this little country here in Africa, has an area of people from Egypt and southern Egypt. I'm forgetting the name of the country now. They have their own silos in Minnesota. They've been in the news lately. Nigeria can consider investing in her diaspora. And how would you do that? You know what comes to mind? It is that rhyme, the kindergarten rhyme, which says, good, better, best. I will never rest until my good is better and my better best. Does anyone know this rhyme? Good, better, best. To flourish where they are. You have many homes here in Abuja. You can use the same amount of money to invest and build a home in the most prime area of Abuja. But then, if you invested that amount somewhere else in the US through diaspora setup or even individual diasporas, more money will return to you because the standard of living is much higher. Am I saying right? I have 1 more minute to go. All right, I'll be rounding up soon. Invest in your diaspora. It means that when you engage experts of equal competence, that you consider paying your diaspora as well, and not just pay the white man because he's an expert or an expatriate. You will pay a Chinese man who was trained by a black African professor more money than you will pay the Nigerian diaspora. So I think there needs to be a reconsideration, and I suggest that you invest more so you can reap more. The 6th, I think everyone has talked about institutionalizing everything. I would not like to flog that point. Institutions outlive people. So I encourage us to build institutions and encourage the diaspora to join in that building. For example, I am working on Science Park that has never been built anywhere in Africa. I'm going to make it look like Disney World, but I have no shishi. I have the expertise. Partnership is what will help you mine that expertise, and it will make Nigeria the focus of the world. There is no Disney anywhere in Africa, but this time it's going to be a science discovery and innovation park for both research and for tourism and outing. It will be one of a kind. So I have intentionally kept away from overflogging what are the challenges and the problems. But I have insisted on policy change. And you might wonder, what are the key policy changes? Build systems. Create public-private partnerships. And encourage diaspora returns. In fact, make it such that diaspora can work fully at home and fully abroad. You will be the gain and the win. It will be a win-win for all. So brain circulation instead of brain drain. So it's not brain gain or brain drain. It is brain circulation. It is talent recycling for the win-win of all. So I close by saying such that is searchable, that every ministry can log into it and find good diaspora or a group of diaspora from anywhere in the world to engage. So on that note, I want to congratulate you for an incredible, incredible assembly. It's an assembly of great people. And the great people of Nigeria, you are on your way to becoming a superpower someday. I am so proud that the blood in my vein is Nigerian. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. That was very scholarly, and I must appreciate your good works. Please, if your hands are not very busy, I'd like that we give her another round of applause, please. You'll join the head of service at that end so you can take some photographs. Yes, no, at the other end. But that you can walk down from the other aisle. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thank you. And just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, the immediate past head of civil service of the Federation, Mrs. Folashade Yemi Esson, CFR. Please, a round of applause for her as well. Indeed, from what she's just said, this conference has once again positioned Nigeria as thought leaders as yourselves and reform champions from across the world. Welcome to Nigeria. Welcome to the hub. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for yourselves, all participants that are here with us this morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andy. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to quickly read the profile of our moderator for the next session. Dr. Joe Abba is an international governance and public sector reform expert and the country director for DAY Nigeria. He served as the Director General of Nigerian's Bureau.
To the stage, our lead speaker this morning, the Chairman of the Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaopa. I also want to invite the pioneer chairman of the FCT, Civil Service Commission, former Director General of the Bureau of Public Procurement, Engineer Emeka Eze. We are also to be joined by the Chair of the Kano State Civil Service Commission, Hajia Ladidi Ibrahim Garko. Is she here, please? Hajia Ladidi Ibrahim Garko, there she comes. I think she deserves a louder round of applause. She's the first female chair of the Civil Service Commission of Kano State. That's quite a big deal. Welcome, madam. Okay, so we only have 30 minutes for our session. I'll be inviting Professor Olaokwa to speak for not more than 10 minutes. Sorry, Prof. Not more than 10 minutes. And then we'll be having a short discussion on the panel. Prof.
Project. The head of the Civil Service of the Federation and indefatigable and remarkable convener, my colleague, the former head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Chairman ICPC, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I have very limited time, And I'm to speak to the topic, guardians of merit and professionalism, reforming civil service commission at federal and subnational levels. Now, the Civil Service Commission, whether you are talking of the Federal Civil Service Commission of the state, was established in Nigeria in 1954 as Public Service Commission, rechristened as Civil Service Commission in 1979. It derives its statutory power as sole authority to appoint, promote, and discipline civil servants from the Constitution. And in carrying out its constitutional mandate, the Commission sets up general and uniform guidelines for appointment, promotion, and discipline as its core mandate. It monitors and regulates line ministries in the exercise of their human resource management function and those powers delegated by the Commission to them, and serves as appellate body for all petitions regarding career management of civil servants. Now, as custodian of merit system, the Civil Service Commission, whether you are talking of federal or state, is a constitutionally mandated custodian of merit system. Haven't taken off with the first principle established by the British Civil Service Commission in 1855. Indeed, the commission in Nigeria up to the 1970s, before the mass purge of 1975 and 1976, played a pivotal role in building what we call the old celebrated civil service in Nigeria. It safeguarded merits as inviolable and protected public service values and ethics as sacrosanct. So meritocracy, going by standard practices of Civil Service Commission, is indeed the core values that the Civil Service Commission protects. And as it relates to recruitment and promotion, it prevails subject to candidates satisfying certain standards, such as prescribed minimum educational qualification, good performance in entry-level and qualifying examination and interview, without prejudice to the federal character principle, which is strictly applied. However, due to decades of politicization, mass retirement, poor funding of the commission, political interference, wrong-headed reforms, unguarded expansion of the service, which degraded standards and weakened organizational method, internal management control. The Civil Service Commission, like the service itself, gradually weakened in its gatekeeping mandate. And it also partially lost the value-based parameters that regulated the civil service as a profession and a management system. Fast forward to 2023, when the commission, Federal Civil Service Commission, was reconstituted as the 10th commission. We immediately conducted an institutional assessment as a basis for articulating a repositioning plan. And based on that experience, we articulated what we now call the strategic plan that is already slated to be taken by the Federal Executive Council. Some of the weaknesses that we observe, they are legion, but two of them are that we observe a very defective organizational structure that is not speaking to strategic human resource, as established in the literature. And a staffing policy that deny the commission of the requisite competencies it needs to operate professionally. We also observe systemic laxity in recruitment that lacks clear strategy and guideline for implementing the merit system and mainstreaming merit in the application of federal character. Irrespective of that, with the implementation of the first leg of changes and reform in the commission, we were able to record a number of achievements. We were able to move from analog and getting people to travel from all around the country to collect forms in the commission. We launched the e-recruitment portal, thus making recruitment more convenient and safer for the larger population of applicants. We now have, for promotion exercises, transparent and technology-driven computer-based promotion exercises devoid of racketeering, favoritism, and patronage. There is a growing gradual rebranding of the image of the commission to make it an integrity-driven institution. We have succeeded in resuscitating the National Council on Civil Service Commission that didn't hold for over 12 years as an avenue for knowledge sharing, problem solving, and policy harmonization across the 3 tiers of government. We were able to restore Nigeria's participation and leadership in regional bodies, including the African Association for Public Service Commission. We have been able to develop a comprehensive strategic plan that will be implemented in the long term, and we have been able to build robust relationship with our strategic key partners, chief of which is the Office of Head of Service, and thanks to the Head of Service for that hand of fellowship. In sum, therefore, in promoting merit and professionalism as a matter of policy, entry and progression of officers is expected to be based on an objective achievement and individual ability based on criteria of qualification, competence, performance that are applied fairly and without discrimination. With merit enforced, then professionalism, which requires that officers should possess and demonstrate technical expertise, moral integrity, and ethical commitment to the public service, is then guaranteed. As gatekeeper, and from a regulatory perspective, what is then left is for the Commission to develop clear operational standards for determining competency, promotion mechanism, and objective performance evaluation system. Sadly, low institutional capacity of the Commission secretariat, populated by generalist officers lacking core specialist competence, poor funding, and low digital infrastructure, has combined to undermine the bureaucratic efficiency of the Commission, but we are working seriously to reversing that. If I illustrate the kind of direction that we are moving with the promotion exercise, promotion in the civil service is managed within a framework that balances seniority, merit, experience, and performance. Merit within the framework leans more to examination and oral interview. Unfortunately, the performance evaluation is very weak due to virtual irrelevance of the upper that is being revised, one that is fraught with subjective judgment and grade inflation. It means that what officers are actually contributing, what they've accomplished and can accomplish, don't count in their progression. In other words, performance measures that assess demonstrated capacity in terms of contribution to organizational performance and productivity and service delivery efficiency and outcome don't count. And we need to work assiduously on this area. We need to bridge the gap between theoretical aptitude, even in the assessment of people for PAMSEC positions. We cannot afford to be recruiting people who demonstrate 5 minutes brilliance to subdue real concrete capacity that is required to get things done. So we need to bridge the gap between theoretical aptitude, assessed through exams, interview, and even including training-based assessment, with evidence of actual job-level task accomplishment, contribution, and potentials that officers offer. While exam and interview test foundational knowledge, performance appraisal reward concrete contribution, output, and outcome. As it is, therefore, while we test officers' knowledge of public service rule, financial regulation, general administrative procedure, and broad policy knowledge as baseline competence, these do not measure actual work productivity, emotional intelligence, or ability to manage teams. They measure what officers know, but not what officers can do. Going forward, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, performance appraisal is being remodeled beyond APA so that staff appraisal is determined by a transparent tracking of key performance indicators and observable behavioral competence. What then is our theory of change? In simple terms, our theory of change at the Commission is that if merit-based processes and guidelines are spelled out in clear terms and are aligned and mainstreamed into federal character policy, and two, if ethical discipline, transparency, accountability, and being true to self and country, country's best interest guide our action and decision. Three, if digital reforms are rigorously implemented such that technology turns Commission secretariat slow, paper-heavy, dispersed physical files and records that are proven to be prone to loss, damage, and human error into automated user-centric system. Turn recruitment forms, physical queues, and fragmented departments, which is replaced by interoperable databases, digital identities, and seamless online recruitment and CBT engine, where candidates and other clients can access all Commission services from a single dashboard for many locations around the world. Clearly, integrity, credibility, public spiritedness are critical success factors in our operation. We also need, the government needs to help. And I can boast that our commission, as presently constitution, meets this standard. And that is to say that even in selection of members of the Civil Service Commission, emphasis should be placed on track record of high professionalism and expertise in area specialization, record of high integrity in their previous professional life. But more importantly, this should also apply to staffing of the secretariat.
Thank you, Chairman.
Can you give me just 2 minutes to conclude?
Please do.
Okay. We also talk about adequate funding. I like to emphasize that whatever we do with merit and competitiveness, if we do not resolve competitive wage issue and commensurate condition of service as driver of merit, we are just playing to the gallery. Clearly, and in spite of our best intention, recruitment to the service that enforces merit needs and to attract top-tier talents with our remuneration that lag behind other sectors will not work. In such a situation, what we need, what we'll be getting, and as we are getting now, good people will come into the public service, but they will get the initial training and exposure, and they will move into other sectors. And the rate at which we are losing them, even to the diaspora, is incredible. So for government to restore its status as an employer of choice, we need to work around, we need to bring a lot of innovation into employment policy. We also need to manage the bloating of
morning, everybody. We are sorry that we are going to start the program late behind schedule. Is due to one or two exigencies of engagement that made the lead speaker not to be available for now. And we have been waiting, thinking that he's going to make it, but unfortunately, up to this moment, he will not be able to make it. So we sincerely apologize that we are starting very late and behind schedule. But I think with the limited time that we are going to have, I believe we are going to have a robust discussion. May I have the privilege of inviting one of the panelists, person of the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Finance, Special Duty Office, Alhaji Sanusi Mohammed, to come to the stage. May I also invite Hajia Salamatu, the Executive Secretary of the Federal Staff Housing Loan Board, to also come to the stage. She's one of the panelists. May I also invite Kudimata, who is also going, by the time we are leaving this hall today, she's going to give each and every one of us a location letter to houses. You have the privilege to choose either in Abuja or in Lagos. So you are welcome, ma. Then myself, I'm Dr. Abdul Sule Garba, the Permanent Secretary, Service Welfare Office. I should introduce it. Once again, you are all welcome to this important gathering, which is we are going to discuss the issue of social housing as a means of welfare to public servants. And I have to introduce myself once again. I'm a proxy lead panelist for this thing, and as well I was going to double up as a moderator. And by way of brief introduction about social housing, one who asks would be bothered to ask, why is it social? Why is it linked to housing? Why not just housing? Why it's called social housing is because there are deliberate steps by the federal government to intervene by using various avenues to make sure that houses is available for federal civil servants, is available to public servants. And the reason is that, of course, once as a public servant, you don't have a shelter on your head. By the time you are done with the pressure of work in the office, you are going back to the house, you don't have a shelter on your head. Of course, it tells on the productivity. It also tells on your psychological well-being. It also tells on your efficiency and effectiveness in the office. So by way of intervention, federal government has actually revolutionized so many means and ways to alleviate or to ameliorate these challenges that is actually bedeviling quite a number of public servants in this country. This gathering today will avail us the opportunity to interact, to rub minds, to clear some areas of clarification, if any, regarding the issue of social housing. Social housing issue is a critical determinant of productivity and institutionalized performance in the service. And once we have a workforce that is not actually performing due to housing deficits of course, the government will not have a direction because we are the workforce. So on this brief note, I introduced the topic before all of us, before we throw a more deeper discussion and robust interaction with the participants and guests that are invited in this hall today. So thank you once again, and you are all welcome on board. Well, let me go further again by throwing one pertinent question to the panelists who are seated here on the high table. And the question reads, what has the various interventional models has government brought in place in a way of ameliorating housing deficit in this country? Thank you. So I would like to start with the ES of the Federal Staff Housing Loan Board, so that she will start giving us a feel of what the federal government has put in place regarding intervention of houses, the different models that government has put in place regarding that. Thank you. Hajia Salamatu, I yield the floor to you.
Hello. Okay. So, yes, it's working. Okay. Good morning, the moderator and my fellow panelists, and good morning also to all the invited guests and the civil servants here. I'm happy that today we are here to discuss about the housing program that the federal government Staff Housing Loans Board are doing. The federal government Staff Housing Loans Board have the mandate of giving soft loans to all federal public servants. To all federal public servants, whether you are in the civil service or you are in the federal public servant, because we believe that housing is one of the main pillars of human welfare and dignity. A decent home provides stability, peace of mind, and security for families, while also contributing to improve productivity and efficiency in the workplace. It is in recognition of this critical need that the federal government established the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board to make home ownership affordable and accessible for all federal public servants. Today, I will briefly highlight the major pathway available for accessing the board's housing scheme and loan facilities. The following are the major options available to civil servants. We have different types of housing loan. We have the building, whereby the civil servant is allowed, if he has his own land, is allowed to do his own building. The only thing, the government will give him some money to go and do his own building. Then we have purchasing loan. A purchasing loan is whereby a federal civil servant can key into any of the housing program, whether from private developers or from other stakeholders, from mortgage bank, from FHA, from Federal Ministry of Works and Housing. Anywhere that you have an allocation, you can come to the board and the board will pay it on your behalf. And under this scheme, we look at the civil servant. We program a special scheme for officers that are on level 8 to 14 that have about 12 years and above in the service. We did a special scheme for them whereby we are giving them a higher amount of money, and we program their repayment in such a way that they are progressing in the service, we'll be changing their repayment table depending on how their salaries improve. Then we have, we are about to introduce site and services. Site and services is allocation of service plots of land whereby all the infrastructure are there, the roads, the water, the electricity, everything will be there on the estate, but it is just the land that will be allocated to the civil servant. We designed this type of loan because we look at it that there are some civil servants, due to their few years that they have in the service, or due to the nature of their salary, they may not be able to take the bigger loan, because every loan that they take, they must liquidate it before they retire from the service. So we are going to give them this type of loan so that they can collect the land and do the building at their own time. Then we also have renovation loan. Renovation loan is for those officers that they already have their own houses, but they are looking for financial support for them to renovate their house or improve on the structure of the house. So we are giving them this type of loan so that they can renovate their house. And recently, we entered into partnership with Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria to give access to civil servants a loan that will be up to 50 million, but at 6% interest rate. You know, the board is giving their loan at 3% interest rate because it's just like a welfare package to federal civil servants. But this type of, the one of Federal Mortgage Bank is at 6% interest rate. But all the same, I know a lot of civil servants and other public servants can be able to access it. And there are so many, let me talk about the requirement for all this loan. The application on this loan, if you want to apply for this type of loan, you have to go online through our website, make your own application. And the requirement is just to get, if you are a confirmed federal civil servant, then you get an introduction letter from your office, which will be duly signed by your director of human resource. Then you have to be a confirmed civil servant. You bring your letter of appointment, letter of confirmation, then also your 3 months pay slip so that we can be able to determine whether you can be able to pay the loan or not. And you provide the authentic documents that we can be able to provide. Because any type of loan that we are giving, the title that we bring, we must verify that title to make sure that what you are requesting for, or the land that you are buying or the house that you are buying is a genuine title, because we are taking the title, we keep the title as collateral with us, so we must verify. I think that is all. It's all other documentation, your ID card, your guarantor. You need a guarantor from the service, maybe an officer from level 12 and above that will be a guarantor. You just for him to sign that, yes, you know you. Just his appointment letter, his confirmation of appointment, we will attach it to the application. You also need a next of kin. It will be part of the application. That is all you need, provided that you are in the service and your office confirms that, yes, you don't have any disciplinary issue or whatever, then you are good to go. You can apply for the loan. That is it. At the Federal Government Staff Housing Loans Board, we are making whatever that is possible to make sure that all federal public servants are benefited from this scheme. That is why we design all these type of loans, so that we make sure that no matter your salary, no matter how years you have in the service, at least in one way or another, you will be able to benefit from this our loan.
Thank you very much, ES, for that detailed explanation of the various streams of loans that is actually available in the service. The best thing for you to do is for you to have proper documentation of your record. And once you have proper documentation of your record, you access the loan. You have a house, you have a shelter on your head, ranging from purchase loan for lands for those that want to build on their own, to renovation loan for those that have houses and they want to renovate their house so that it will look like a world-class house. And the most exciting of what she has just said was the federal government approving the sum to the tune of 10 billion to the Federal Staff Housing Loan Board. That loan is to be given by the Federal Mortgage Bank. That is an exciting news in the service, because it has further increased the funding stream of the Federal Staff Housing Loan Board. If there is anything that over the years that the Loans Board has suffered, is issue of loan, issue of funding. So it's an exciting news and heartwarming to all of us. So the next person that I would like her to throw more light is the Kudimata, but that is not her name. But you can throw more light. Oh, you can use my own.
Kudi Matter. It sounds like a good name, Abi. Money matters. Is it not so? Okay. So what I do typically is to create wealth. My name is Kathleen Erimu. What I do, I work with people. I call myself a wealth manager. I work with people to create wealth, to advise people on what to do with money, to ensure that people build their money, grow money, and to do what they desire to do. My colleagues here on this panel, they are the government arm. I am the private sector arm. And you know, for you cannot work together. The government works with the private sector to ensure that everything is okay. So that's why I'm seated here today, to add what the private sector can do to what the government is already putting in place to ensure that we all have our desired goal in terms of housing. Housing, just like we all are now, you have to suffer to come to work from a rented apartment, or you have to transport from a very distant place to come to work. What happens to productivity? Automatically, it has come down now. Productivity will not be okay, because housing itself is a form of wealth that ensures you are happy now. If you have a house, you are living in your house that is close by, 5 minutes to your workplace, you would produce and you work well, everything will be okay. So the private sector is here to join hands with the government with whatever money that is given. So money is given. Of course, your desire is to have a proper mansion, a proper nice detached house with compound where you can sit in a serene environment and do what you need to do. So you know the government cannot give you everything. So if the government cannot give you everything, you have to bring your own to it now. So that's why Kudi Mata is here, to help you, teach you how to start to put your own small money together to join with what government will give to you. So it's to teach you how to learn to save properly, or try to set aside some bit of money that you add to what you need to earn to get a proper house that you need. Government, you know there is the private, public, the PP, and partners, public-private partnership initiative. So when that happens, you are able to do what you really desire, but you must bring your own. You must be disciplined enough to learn how to start to set aside money. It's never too late to start. Whenever you start, it's your day. I think that's why I said the time you start is your day. You start to put aside small money to join to the 20 million or the 30 million so that you can buy a house. Of course, finance is sometimes difficult. So work with the government, we can align, work with your salaries that you have gotten. We would advise you properly so that it can align with your long-term goals. We advise you to where you get long-term finance at good rate, in addition to what the government will give to you. We are all lucky to actually have the platform where we can actually now get money from government. But that is not only the only way to get money or to get what you need to get your property. We all still have cooperative where we work together. And then when we put monies together in this cooperative, it can enable us access what we need to access to. Because then it helps us plan ourselves and plan our life a lot better. So Kudi Mata is sitting here today to partner with the government to ensure that you are properly trained and advised. Because financial literacy, which is our core focus, what we do, involves you preparing yourself with the requisite skills and knowledge that you need to enjoy, take the power for yourself to do what you have to do at the right time. And the right time is now. For you to put your act together, start to set aside your money to add to whatever you have and plan for your tomorrow. So you don't eat everything today. And then you can best produce properly when you come to work. Thank you.
very something that government has is collaboration. And the essence of government deepening the institutionalized collaboration is because there are various components regarding collaboration. And part of it is the public-private partnership. Then we also have the real estate developers, which are also a component of it. And government has taken deliberate steps in so many ways of doing that. We have so many avenues of collaborators, real estate developers who are actually ready to partner with government. But of course, there are already an institutionalized framework of that collaboration. So thank you very much for that insight and also collaborative processes involved. May I invite the Permanent Secretary Finance, Alai Sanusi, to give us the financial component of the collaboration anyway, regarding the issue of social housing in the service. Thank you. Yes.
Good morning. Good morning, my fellow co-finalists. Good morning, our distinguished participant here. When we are talking of affordable housing for the civil servant, we are talking of one issue, that is productivity. We have a popular saying that if you own your own house, 50% of your problems are solved. I'm here today to speak about 3 models that make housing affordable for the civil servant. And these 3 models are applicable all over the universe. Number 1, we know land and construction costs now make housing unaffordable to civil servants. So there has to be a deliberate intervention by the government to ensure that civil servants, in order to have productivity, are having their own houses. The impact is real because without your own housing, you have low morale. The staff spending on rent is not affordable. We all know that. And delivery will become low. These models that I said, there is one we call public land and reinvestment. It has been practiced in so many countries, both in Africa and in Europe, whereby the government will lease the biggest cost, that is the land, becomes near a sustaining, a pacto. Federal Government, Staff Housing Loan Board, and Ministry of Housing are now working on this model, which I knew. Then the second model is design, build model, whereby the government will give you land, the developer will do the design, and it's allocated to individuals, civil servant. And at your own pace, like what Madam Kudi said, with the little savings and the lower interest loan you get, you can build your own house at your own speed. The third, which is not the least, is the PPP, private-public partnership, whereby the land is acquired by the private investor from the public, and the public now give the land at a subsidized rate because it's going for the civil servant, and the civil servant are also asked to key into that program based on your salary. Unfortunately, here, our salary, we are talking of the take-home, which is not even enough for you to feed yourself. So for us to have all these 3 models workable,
this is one that is not working.
At least there has to be what we call an affordable take-home salary, which will ensure that this model works. There are 5 things to ensure this model works. Affordability. Payment must not be under the 30% take home of the individuals. Because by the time you take 50% take home of individuals, that means you are also leaving them with another problem of school fees, feeding, transport. The second thing is location. If you want to do this kind of thing for civil servants, you have to get a strategic location whereby they can easily come to work and go back. And you have another social infrastructure, school, hospital, and other things in that area. The third is the speed. You have to ensure that there is speed in the completion. You cannot start a project 10 years you have not finished it. By that time, somebody who has keen maybe has even retired from the work. The fourth is the reinvestment. The money gotten from that investment can be reinvested in another site so that there is continuity in it. The fifth is the management and the design. You go to so many estates, 100% perfectly finished, but by the time they are handed over to the civil servant, they are dilapidated. No maintenance culture, no anything. So there has to be institutionalized culture whereby those who took over the houses were now into the maintenance of that housing or estate to ensure that healthcare and many other factors are taken into consideration. So in order to have a shift from the one-off housing SAO quarters, government has to ensure that deliberate efforts are being made to combine public land, investment partnership, and faster construction method in order to have a good housing for public servants. I hope this will also address a lot of issues like what I said regarding the civil servant of efficiency and work improvement. Thank you very much.
Sanusi, for that different models that has been revolutionized by different countries, but of course we have our own local model, and the local model here, the one that is popularly known in the service is the fish, which is one of the common model, and that model is the Federal Integrated Staff Housing Loan Program. Yes, housing program. That one is meant for our own local something. And before then, of course, the different other model that has passed during the previous administration of Obasanjo, of course, civil servants, public servants were able to acquire houses through the monetization scheme. So that one was also a different model in its own different way of people affording, acquiring affordable houses in the country too. So on that note, our time is off. The next group of panel, they are already waiting, and we can't eat into their time. But okay. May I have the privilege to invite one or two to ask questions or to make comments or clarification if there is any. Please, so I yield it to the floor.
Good day, panelists. Good day, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. My name is Judy Romo. I have a question. In order to disabuse the mind of the applicant, my question goes directly to the madam from the loan board. What is the response rate, all things being equal, if an applicant perfects all his documentation for approval to be given for the loan? Thank you.
You can respond, please.
Federal Mortgage Bank, now that we have money, I don't think that it will pass 1 month before you get your loan. Yes, you know, we have, but not that it's at 6% interest rate. I'm happy that the farm sector finance is here. The challenge that we are having You know, most of the civil servants, the salary are between the range of 200 and 300,000. So charging it based on that 6% is going to be very, very difficult for the civil servant. So I'm calling on the FAMSEC that is here and also my chairman that is also here. Please look at the plight of the civil servants, because majority of them may not be able to get something from this 6% loan. But I can assure you that anybody that his salary can be able to take this 6%, it will not take more than a month before you get his loan approved.
Yeah, well, thank you, AS, for that insight. In addition to what she has said, the approving ceiling has also been increased for civil servants. So based on your grade level, you'll be able to access the much you can. Because of the prevailing economic situation, I think it has been upgraded last year so that you'll be able to see if you can afford house, fine. If you cannot afford, you can acquire land and build on your own at your own pace. That is fine. Those are also different models that has been localized anyway. Thank you. Any other question? Oh, you want to make clear? So you can go ahead. You can ask.
I stand on my 16 protocol. My name is Sajayi Kende Victor. I want to ask about the loan payment term. Is it the 6% or the 3%? Is it yearly or monthly? So there must be a clarification for civil servants so that they will know how to repay the payment. Thank you.
Okay, female. Please, can a female ask question? Because so that we should have a gender balance. Please.
Thank you. All protocol observed. My name is Fananai Madambi. I'm the permanent secretary responsible for national monitoring, evaluation, and learning in Zimbabwe. It's also a cause of concern that we have to ensure that we retain and also attract a competent civil servants in our government. The issue of loans, yes, is there, but in Zimbabwe, the challenges that we have faced is that in some cases, people benefit from these loans, but the money is now diverted to something else. So some of the civil servants, they continue staying in those, in accommodation which is not so decent, but they've benefited from the loans. So I would actually want to hear from you what measures you have put in place to ensure that the loans are used for the intended purpose, and also issues of servicing. We have situations where civil servants have benefited from land stands for construction of houses, but in some cases you find that they continue to construct on unserviced land where there is no sewer, no water. In some cases, they are supposed to form cooperatives, but these cooperatives are meant to ensure that the developments are done, but in most cases, you find that such other services, they don't come as quick as the local authorities would have want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, at least, for coming on board to balance the gender balance by asking a question. And also thank you very much for sharing your Zimbabwe experience with us. If I may recap, what you actually asked was how will we make sure that the loan get to the public servant by way of proper, and they use it, yes, for the purpose that is actually meant for. So I think the ES Loans Board can show, well, I don't know. She has actually made clarity to that. I don't know whether you are not here at that time, but she can still more clarification regarding that. Yes, please, go ahead.
Yes, okay, let me answer the first person. The interest rate is on annual basis. Madam from Zimbabwe, for the loans board, any loan that you are taking, we must collect the collateral. You understand? So the collateral would be with us, and we make sure, like the building, that we are giving you the money to go and do the building. We'll first of all give you half of the money to go and start doing the building. And by the time that within 3-6 months, we'll go back and look at the building to make sure that, yes, the building is there. The inspection unit will be there. They will check pictures. They will check everything. Then they will write their report. Then we'll pay the second installment for you to complete it. For those that are buying the houses, we'll make sure that we see the houses, and we make sure that all the collateral are with us. That is the measures we are taking. We will not release it to when you are retiring from the service or you liquidate your loan, then you can come and collect your title document.
So thank you very much. Yes, if I may recap what she has said, proper documentation, number one. Then two, bonding. You have to sign a bond, and that bond is the collateral. Because once you have that collateral, the government has that side of the component of collateral. Of course, you are duty bound to make remittances of your loan, servicing your loan, make sure that your amortization schedule go undisrupted, so that another cycle of public servants will be able to access the loan, because it's a revolving thing. So thank you. So on that note, thank you very much, all of you, the invited guests, the members of the panel that were present. We sincerely appreciate each and every one of you for your valid contribution, for your insight, and also for the people who actually make some little clarification on some things. On behalf of the panel, we are sincerely thank each and every one of you, and once again we sincerely apologize for coming late, for starting the program late. So may I invite also the photographers to actually take photograph with the members of the panel, then the members of the audience can also join. I don't know if the hall can contain us. Thank you.
Just on. On.
So one of them, bless one of them, they knew.
Hello? Hello? Well, sir, mo wà ní meeting kan ni. Ṣé wà urgent ni?
So, very good morning to our very distinguished participants. This morning, let me start by welcoming you to the second day of the International Civil Service Conference 2026, and particularly to this very important panel session, which is on accelerating digital government for better service delivery. And with me this afternoon or this morning to discuss this very important topic is a team of experts from various agencies and the private sector. Starting from my right, Galaxy Backbone, to independent private person on this panel, and also an expert, and from Data Protection Commission. I will allow each one to introduce himself before we start. But before then, my name is Engineer Farouk Yusuf Yabo. I'm the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development here in Nigeria. And without further ado, I will call on our colleague from Galaxy Backbone to introduce himself, and then we go down the way like that. Over to you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Engineer Kazim Suleiman, PhD. I'm the Technical Assistant to the MDCU of Galaxy Backbone. Thank you.
Next. Did you on it?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wumi Ogwetwama. I'm the Group CEO of Crown Interactive Limited, technical partners to Galaxy Backbone.
Those are regulations. Thank you.
Hello.
Very much. I think we have challenge technical. Okay. Yes. Good. So, just to kickstart the discussion, like I've said, the topic we are about to unpack is accelerating digital. Paper files are used. Communication is done on deliveries, and so on and so forth. But in the recent times, we have seen continuous evolution, which many termed as the either third and lately fourth industrial revolutions, where the use of computer systems are becoming mainstreamed in business and government operations. And the difference is simply because in the digital government, we have digitized our information, our data, okay? And we are also able to communicate from remote locations and do government work and do business work together, as against the initial way of doing things. Now, there is a common misunderstanding between digitization and digitalization, okay? So when we talk about digitization, we normally refer to digitization of documents in terms of scanning them, converting them from manual systems. That in itself does not really portray digital transformation in itself. Digital transformation takes us to the next level. It goes beyond scanning and sending an email. It means a well thought through system where data and digital tools are used to save cost, to make life of citizens better, to improve quality of work, reduce time for use of these things. Now, our team of experts will help us better understand how does this new paradigm actually help in terms of improving the quality of service that government is delivering to our citizens. And I would like to start with you, Galaxy Backbone. Galaxy Backbone is a government-owned entity that provides digital government service through the OneGov platform today. I want you to talk us through what has changed since the deployment of digital, OneGov platform in terms of how service is improved and how it can be improved. Please, back to you. Technical people, we have a challenge with your mic. Can someone just...
Okay, this one's working. Good afternoon. Thanks for the introduction. So, since the deployment of ECMS, we call it OneGov, a lot of things has changed. Before, you can imagine when the CEO or the director or the head of organization traveled, all the memos has to wait for a very long time until when the person come back, because he has to do everything physically. So since the deployment of OneGov platform, that has completely changed. Anywhere where the authorized person is, he can be able to receive the memo, he can be able to access it, minute on it, and also probably sign on it or do whatever he needs to do. What you can do basically with the physical memo, you can do it on the OneGov platform. That has really improved efficiency. You know, you don't have to be in the office to do your work. So work can be done and things can be done as quick as possible. So that is one of the advantage, efficiency. Then transparency and accountability. Before, when you give a file to somebody, you will say, okay, that file is missing. On a digital platform, you will definitely know who minuted on that file. There will be a timestamp. You know the time, you can even know the location where the person did the action. So it provides a secure platform, and that also translates to better efficiency, because you don't have to, once you just log in, you can see who is holding on to the file. You can even track performance, because if you send a file to somebody and is sitting on it, you know how many hours it takes that person to act on that file. So the track can be there. And when you want to do performance management at the end of the year, you just pull all the log. If somebody tells you that, okay, when you send me a memo or a file, I treat it under 1 hour, you can pull it. When you look at it and you are seeing 48 hours, 1 month, 2 months, you will be able to, at least you don't need to argue. There is no subjectivity. It's clear. So it's make performance assessment also much more easier than before. Then AI and automation, you know, there's also, what do you call it? It streamlines operation. Things that you're supposed to do in a difficult way, you have to carry the file. It also reduces a lot of cost because things that you have to need to look for where you are going to keep your file, keep some of these, all these things are done digitally in a secure place. So this is what kind of efficiency that deployment of ECMS has bring into operation. And we've gotten a lot of feedback from different ministries that are already using it. So, and what Galaxy Backbone has already done is to make sure that we are not only deploying these services, we are also training those that are using these services. In each of the agencies, we have a champion that will be in charge of training the trainer, that will be train those that will be using those services so that we can be able to use it effectively. Because there is no point if you deploy a solution and people cannot use it effectively, you are not adding any value. So this is what we have also done to support it. And apart from that, we're also doing training for a lot of civil service to make sure that this digitalization actually moves to the next level. Thank you.
Okay, Galaxy Backbone, thank you very much. I hear you talk about benefits that one can easily mistake for benefits to the government, right? I mean, we should be transiting from discussing the benefits to the citizens as against benefits to the government. And many times when we talk about digital governance, we tend to talk about things that are convenient for government, that provide credibility to government. For instance, how many portals do we have? How many trainings we have conducted? How many transactions we have processed? How much time? You know, those are really not as relevant to the citizens. Okay? What is more interesting to the citizen is perhaps how many hours or days does it take for me to get my passports from the immigration office? Okay? How much time does it take to pay me as a contractor having done my work? And things like that that actually talks to the core of this topic. And because we have Wumi with us, as the gentleman that is the CEO of the company that built the OneGov platform, partnering with Galaxy Backbone. Obviously, you had a vision. Your company had a vision when you started this. Can you talk us through to the pain points of the citizens? How do you think OneGov platform, which is a digital government for us today in Nigeria, how is it impacting positively on our citizens beyond what we know is making life easy for us? For instance, wherever I travel in the world, I can use the OneGov and do things. Yes, that's the benefit for me. How does it translate it to the citizens? Wumi.
All right, thank you very much, sir. Interestingly, I'm privileged to be involved in different countries around this digitalization of the public sector. And some countries have a different approach. Some started with the citizens' engagement first, without the back office, while some start with the back office before the citizens' engagement. The challenge with the citizens' engagement without the back office is that the citizens see something, it's almost as if you have used that to collect their money, and then they can't track anything again because the back office is not automated. But here, we've kind of put priority and pushed on the improved service delivery on the back office, which is the automation of the standard operating procedures of the government, which is the engine, so that as you introduce a unified front office, for lack of a better word, we call it the paperless civil service portal. On the paperless civil service portal, citizens can go for any MDA that they have sent in a request to. They can easily track where that issue is, track where that task is. So we say that it reduces citizens' apathy. I usually like to give an example. If I come to your office as government, you gave me an appointment for 10 a.m. I came there at 9:30. At 10, you didn't come out to see me. At 11, I don't know what is going on. At 12, I've not heard anything. At 2, somebody comes out and says, sorry, the permanent secretary is busy. At 4:30, maybe the director is on his way home. And then at 5, I'm asked to come back again. What is the citizens going to be doing? He's going to be cursing and swearing for that civil servant, right? Now, so there's the concept of keep customer informed or keep the citizens informed. The fact that they can track, they can engage, they can see where their activity is, reduces citizens' apathy. So they didn't have to make that journey. They did not feel the obligation to try to fast track because they can know that their task is moving. So I think even though it looks like we had focused on the back office for the automation of the standard operating procedures, but ultimately the self-service portal for citizens reduces citizens' apathy because now they can see, now they know, it's less anxiety, less cost of travel for them, and less pressure on the obligation to do things. So if you know how long something is going to take and you can track it, it's less high blood pressure also. Thank you.
Yes, I don't want to leave you, Wumi, because you are the inventor. If it's a crisis, you invented it. But I wanted you to speak a bit about the paperless government portal, which I think is a very, very innovative thing that has been done. Because today, for instance, in my own ministry, I can see it remove a lot of pains. People coming to apply to the ministry from Lagos, Sokoto, Port Harcourt, don't need to come to us today. So I thought I want to hear about how has all those been able to picture out? How are you deploying those things in other MDAs in order to save time and cost and risk? Let's hear that, please.
All right, thank you. So with the paperless service portal, I think one of the things as the One Government Cloud platform was being rolled out for MDAs, one of the things that was done by the heads of ICT was to create a button called the paperless portal, and it's put on the website of the ministry. So whether you're going to the website of the Office of the Head of Service or you're going to the website of your ministry directly, the citizens will see a button called Paperless Service Portal, and they click on it. From that platform online, wherever they are, they can engage the ministry on the different things that the ministry has published. So a ministry may publish applications, may even publish, just general information. Every engagement that the citizen wants can happen from that paperless service portal. They can track, they can send, if they want to send a reminder, they can send a reminder from there. And the beauty of that is that the escalations happen. So if that particular task is on a civil servant's desk, and that civil servant has sat on it, the escalations can happen all the way to the director, all the way to the PAMSEC. So everyone is watching and everyone is monitoring. That gives the civil servant that gives the citizen some level of peace and comfort. So the fact that they can engage. I mean, there are other things on the paperless service portal, apart from being able to engage like that or being able to track. I mean, depending on your on the MDA, you've got in the past where someone claiming to be part of a ministry goes to extort a citizen. Right now, if you're on the One Government Cloud portal, that citizen can actually validate whether that individual is a staff of that ministry, just by a few steps. So there are quite a lot of things in this whole digital transformation program that is, yes, in favor of the civil servant, but also in favor of the citizens. So we think it's really a win-win for the country.
Okay, thank you very much for bringing that insight. And I think I will quickly come back to one of our experts, Mr. Idowu. Mr. Idowu, you have been in this system for a long time. Nigeria has since been using different digital governance tools. We have the IPS, which is the Integrated Payment and Personal Information System, which is used for payment of salaries and so on. We also have the GIPMIX, which is a payment gateway where government payments is done and so on. We had the remitter, which is a means of paying and collecting revenues to government. All of these tools or digital government systems have in one way or the other helped in making life of citizens and stakeholders, both internal and external ones, to be better. I want you to talk to us on what lessons have we learned from all that has happened, and how can we either replicate or build on what has been done, and then reassure the citizens of the value of digitization, despite all the risk issues associated with data breaches and so on. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Lesson learned from all the previous years of digital implementation and infrastructures. One of those key things that we have learned is that we cannot really accelerate our digital involvement if we keep on putting all our data in silos, right? What you have today is that you have some of the MDAs are still having their data in silos, right? And there are no interoperability or data exchange, as the case may be. So we need to be able to quickly, as a form of challenge, be able to eradicate that ASAP, so that we can embrace what Galaxy Backbone is trying to do now: shared services, interoperability, data exchange. Also, we also realize that over the years, realize that there is what we call debt of digital skills. So we need to, as a matter of fact, accelerate and make sure that our civil servants, right? Our civil servants come up to speed in terms of how to use and how to navigate this digital platform for us to be able to do a lot of service delivery using digital technology. Also, over the years, my colleague to the left is talked about NDPC Act and NDPC regulation. Also, in the previous session that we have, right, I talked about trust from government, from citizens to me, to government, right? Something was going to my mind that, look, is it possible for us to be able to domesticate this art and this standard and the guidelines, right, in major languages, so that the man sitting in Kano who knows that if I put my data in this platform, it is being protected, right? So what I'm saying now is that there is a need, as a part of the previous lesson we have learned, there's a need for us to be able to domesticate NDPC guidelines and acts in all the languages, so that, and then they need to do what they call a lot of roadshow for people to be able to know that when I put my data on this platform, my data is secure, so that we can begin to see acceleration in this area. Also, NISTA also need to do a lot more in be able to accelerate the implementation of the e-government interoperability framework. A lot have been done by NIDA, but there's need to quickly ramp up that and be able to do that, so that when we are talking about interoperability, some of the MDA want to do that, but the framework is not even well known to them, right? They don't even know the framework. They don't know how to go about it. So NIDA has to and hold some of this MDA in conjunction with Galaxy Babo, because they are the custodian of the data center and all data. This, I think, from the benefit of hindsight of 10 years in public service and my experience in private sector, these are the areas where I think we can easily, what we can easily do as a lesson, and then what we can do to be able to accelerate the digital implementation of infrastructure.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you've raised a very fundamental issues around inclusion, around our ability to establish trust, and then making sure everybody is given the right opportunity. And of course, the issue of trust, which you raised, has to do with the Nigerian Data Protection Agency, and luckily, we have the gentleman on the far right left to discuss this issue. And I would like him to say what the Nigerian data protection laws are saying in terms of our ability to allow for the use of, for instance, local languages, to allow for better access to services. I know in many countries, particularly in India, they use the digital public infrastructure to allow for farmers to ask through their local language how to get a loan, and the system explain to them, and they apply, and they get everything without having to talk to anyone, because they are talking as if they are talking to their own, language person. So, do you have any plans in the Nigerian Data Protection Agency that will allow for this high level of scaling of inclusion? Yes.
All right, thank you, sir, for the relevant question. At the commission, when we came on board, we understood that whensoever you are discussing about things like the digital rights, so there will be a huge gap, seeing the diversity of Nigeria as a nation. So last year, we've translated our act, which is the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023, into the 3 major local languages in Nigeria, starting from Yoruba, Hausa, and Igbo. And then also to promote inclusivity in this kind of clear grasping of, I have an idea of the digital rights, is that my superior is here with me, the head of strategy, partnerships, and collaborations, in person of Madam Abiola. We are also working on how to translate, to formulate the translation of cookie consent banner, like the privacy policy, so that even if I'm accessing like Access Bank mobile app, which is an English platform, so that cookie consent banner could also be easy for me as a House of Fulani man that, maybe I cannot understood how English properly, to have clear idea of what those digital rights are showcasing. And then also to the civil service context or ecosystem. We were glad at the commission that last year during the International Civil Service Conference 2025, the president, the president and the commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, reiterated the significance of the ministries, departments, and the agencies to be processing their data in accordance with the Nigeria Data Protection Act 2023. The law is sufficient enough, though as technology evolves, we are also from the regulation entity ensuring that we are promoting, we are actually filling those gaps regarding emerging technologies and likes of that. So, but then he has reiterated the significance and then also mandating the MDAs to process their data in accordance with the Act to ensure lawfulness, transparency, and the accountability. Yes, and then also within still the context of the civil service, you see now that we came on board, so as a data controller or processor of major importance, when I say data controller, that is the organization that you are submitting your data, or they are in charge of the collection and the protection of your data. Then also the processors are the third-party vendors or processors. Like for instance, if maybe I'm booking a meal through the global platform, so those processing my personal data, knowing that Abubakar Mahmoud has booked this and that, or maybe escalating my order to Chicken Republic or KFC, so that data has to be anonymized or either synonymized, either of the two, so that, you know, to avoid profiling. So same thing too in the government or in the governance context, to avoid those kind of issues. So the act is sufficient enough, and then it is having technical and the organizational measures that you see you can be able to ensure sanity while processing. And then also we've mandated that as the DCPMIS, which is the data controllers processor of the major importance, you have to appoint a data protection officer. It's a dedicated role, which will be the one in carrying out data privacy impact assessment for the organization, that, okay, now let's assess the risks for us handling this particular kind of sensitive information and likes of that. And then the DPO is vested with the mandate to be part of the management of the organization, so that you will be like serving the risk assessment role. He will be serving the risk assessment role for the organization, seeing the risks, because the law is the law. And then also the rule book is there. So it's only when you violate the law, maybe there might be sanctions, fines, and likes of that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Data protection. I think you touched on so many issues, so many topics. Very good to know that you are forward-looking in terms of your the potential for inclusion, including the use of local language to do this. I think that's the way we should all go. Now, we have really run out of our time. We have already lost some time before we started, and I don't want us to drag this discussion. There is one to be retired, so more or less retiring legacy systems, which takes a lot of goodwill. And second issue is the ability to consolidate. There are a lot of replication. Idowu has mentioned it. So many platforms that are doing the same thing. Idowu has mentioned it. So many platforms that are doing the same thing, and then wasting a lot of time and money. We need somebody to stand out and say, look, it's over. Any platform that is having a duplicate should be closed down, and the data of that should be opened up to others to be used. And then finally, the issue of integration. Many entities still do not want to get connected with others for reasons that only them know. And of course, obviously, reasons that are anti-progress, anti-digital governance. These are issues that are real barriers in terms of our ability to excel and accelerate this process. So I want to give opportunity to Mr. Wumi and Mr. Idowu, who are from the private sector, who are more or less the citizens that are expecting service from us as government. Meanwhile, the other two are governments, to tell us what do you think could be done to deal with these barriers. Wumi. Just 1 minute is fine.
Yeah. I mean, for me, the barriers we see from the outside, I guess these days I kind of wear two hats because I'm close enough to the inside. But the barriers we see and the frustrations we see is that sometimes the civil servant do not have the tools to be able to respond to the citizens at the speed in which we need the civil servant to respond. So even if you have adopted, for example, you have adopted the ECM and a request has been sent in from the citizen to the government, if the file's home to work with, and I thought to myself, I don't think citizens know, we just complain as citizens, but there has to be a gap that we breach, that citizens' awareness on the engagement and the support that the civil service or the public service actually require internally to be able to provide that level of service delivery and expectation. So,
yes, thank you very much, Umi. At least you've given us a picture of some of the barriers that are not necessarily even political, but real equipment-related barriers. So, there's a few minutes before
I would just like to talk about the political angle of it, because you mentioned, politics. A very quick example of it is some of what we all face today as Nigerian citizens once we pass through our international gateway, right? This is not a menu to be able to cast aspersion on any agency, but you see two agencies sitting in front of a desk, and then each of them are looking at your data. One is looking at data to see whether your passport is flagged. The other one is looking at your immigration data. And I think sometimes in 2006, I was opportune to design that flag system when I was working in Microsoft. And then the DG of SSS, we told him, sir, why don't you take your men off that place and let's integrate this system to NIS system. Oh, we said, no, it can't be done. We want to be relevant. So, back to the political thing I'm talking about. I think a lot of things have to be done in terms of political, because everybody, which is tied to the silo system I talked about, everybody wants to be relevant. There's nothing wrong in being relevant. But once a citizen can cut 5 minutes or 2 minutes of his time, right, passing through immigration, right, and he saved that in terms of me, a businessman can save that 2 minutes or 5 minutes. I think it is a plus to the entire systems. So one of the other challenges we've seen in the system now is that financing is a major challenge, right? And I think we borrow a lead from what the head of service is doing today, right? And I'm sure that most of this budget for this event is sourced privately from private sector. So we should be looking at, government should be looking at more of public-private partnership, public-private financing of most of these infrastructures, so that most of these issues, delay and drawback can be taken care of. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Ido. Very insightful point, especially, it just gives me reflection now. Whenever I'm coming into Nigeria after traveling, it's only in Nigeria that I find two people sitting down checking my passport. This one will check, and then after some minutes, which have wasted my time, he gives to the next person to check. So you have just pointed to the fact that this is what the digital governance can do for us. So I think if there is anybody who is in those agencies, I think these are lessons they should take back. We have no business having two agencies sitting down on the same computer looking at the same thing for whatever reason. Because it's waste time. It shows us as not knowing what you are doing, because this is the only place in the world you go and see that anyway. So I think that's a good point, and I think it's a good time to now ask for audience to, if there is any burning question, one or two, we have already lost time. But please be straight to the point And then let's conclude. Yes, lady in the front seat.
Good afternoon, our panelists. My name is Fito Watrahel. I'm the head people management at the United Data Protection Commission. So from what the panelists have said and the expertise, it's obvious that we're making, huge milestones in terms of digital public infrastructure. But I want us to actually also look at the risk and a lot of breaches that have been happening, especially to public infrastructure and platforms lately. So just to hear from the panelists, what measures, practical measures, so that all of us can take back to our organizations in ways to prevent these breaches, to protect both the personal data and also government data. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, so I would have asked your colleague to answer that question, but I think he is going to have the same question. So I would rather ask the Galaxy Backbone, who are currently hosting our data, to tell us what have they done or what are they doing between Galaxy and their partners. Please, let's know how secure are we.
Okay, good afternoon. So for Galaxy Backbone, we have different type of services for different agencies. There are some agencies that they hold their data on our cloud, platform. So those ones we are fully responsible for protecting all the data, 100%. But there are some that they want to bring in their server, and Galaxy will not have access to that server. So they will only provide them a VPN to be able to manage their server themselves. So those ones, they are responsible for providing, because we don't have access. We are only providing cooling, power, and everything to their server. So, and so far so good, we've not had any incident of any cyber attack for services that are hosted on Galaxy Backbone platform. And apart from that, we're also doing a lot of upgrades to our cyber security, because in areas that in the region that we have now, you cannot plan for 5 years, 10 years. Things are changing very fast. So as they are changing, we are making sure that we are upgrading our system, making sure that we are at the par, using the latest infrastructure and software to make sure that our services are protected. We've had a lot of issues that has happened recently to some people, and that's why we are saying in the first panel we talk about interoperability, making sure that we stop keeping data in silos. Some of these agencies have small laptop, desktop that they call server in different agencies. So, and they cannot, because cybersecurity is a bit expensive. So instead of putting it in one place, let's invest, let's make sure we protect it properly. Some agencies decide to keep it in silos, and that is what DPI is going to eradicate. So it is very important to make sure that we align with the directive of the Federal Ministry of Digital Economy to make sure that we push this DPI and make sure we actualize it. Then we can be able to properly protect our data. And also, a lot of agencies are still storing their data, outside Galaxy Backbone for whatever reason. And like I said in the first panel, we have about close to 70% of Nigerian data are still being stored abroad, so which is not safe. And part of the responsibility of Galaxy Backbone is to ensure that we make sure our data are stored locally. Then we can be able to protect and be responsible for it. Thank you.
So, okay, Wumi, you want to add something? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, even from a data governance perspective, we say that people should not share their passwords, but people still do. I know that was part of in capacity building when we started I know part of the content in the courses for training on ECM and all that, the data governance side specifically talks about not sharing your passwords. It's unfortunate that you have people, possibly even senior in government, but they don't touch the computer at all. They give their secretary or their subordinate, here's my password, log in and do it for me. it is the very, very beginning and basics. Keep your password to yourself. And that's why we also introduced the multi-factor authentication. If you go to NIDA's office, on every banner, they're saying that we must implement multi-factor authentication so that if somebody is impersonating you, by the time they are sending something to your phone, you know it's not you, to your phone, to that your OTP and things like that. So just the way you will protect your bank account, although I know some of you give your ATM card and your PIN number to people, that is why. So it's just, it's bad. What do you call it? It's just bad practice. So I think even at the very basics, we need to begin to have good practice in data governance. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think this is where we come to the end of this panel session, and I would like you to join us to thank our panelists who have done an excellent job in answering our questions. So please help me put our hands together for the panelists. Thank you very much. So we have a picture with the panelists and then with the audience before we discharge. Thank you.
National authority and fully reflective of the talent, strength, and diversity of the Nigerian people. The theme of this conference, Reforms, Resilience, and Results, speaks directly to the spirit and purpose of Inspire. Reform needs talent to be genuine. It must carry women's perspectives and participation. Resilience needs inclusion. To be lasting, it must draw on the full breadth of institutional talent. Results to be meaningful must reflect the contributions of every member of our workforce. No civil service can achieve its highest potential when the energy, ideas, and leadership of half its workforce remain underutilized. I am truly delightful to see all of you gathered here today, women leaders who are blazing trails, men who stand as genuine partners in progress, senior public servants, young professionals, reform champions, and of course, the international partners and all participants. Inspire must not be a one-time initiative. It must take root as a sustainable, involving institution that provides mentorship, creates opportunity, encourages solidarity among women across career levels, and challenges our institutions to dismantle every structural barrier to merit and excellence. Inspire depends on our leadership and commitment to gender-inclusive practices to strengthen our institutions, foster innovation, and improve service delivery. The success of Inspire would be the report card of our dedication to institutional excellence and national progress. Again, I welcome you all to this lunch and invite you to engage fully in this occasion with purpose, with conviction, and with a clear resolve to leave this room as co-architects and active builders of a federal civil service where women rise, lead, innovate, and consistently deliver results of the highest distinction. Thank you most sincerely. May God bless you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our chief host and convener of this very brilliant conference. Now I would like to invite two of our distinguished guests to join us to give goodwill messages. First, I would like to bring up Dr. Maxime Guinato, the Regional Director for Western Central Africa at UN Women, a distinguished leader whose work continues to advance gender equality, strengthen institutions, and amplify the voices of women across the region. A big round of applause as he joins us on the stage. Dr. Maxime.
Thank you very much. It's always so intimidating to speak after Didi with the brilliant speech. First of all, I would like to stand on existing protocol for the sake of time. But still, I would like to recognize Your Excellency, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, First Lady of the great Federal Republic of Nigeria. I would like to recognize the Speaker of the House of Representatives and also the Honorable Minister of Women's Affairs, my sister. Thank you for being here. I would like to recognize two great women after that, the Director of Civil Service and the immediate past Director of Civil Service. It is an honor for UN Women to see that succession of great women leading civil servants of Nigeria and also showing the way to civil service in Africa. I would like to recognize my sister, Elsie, the representative of UNDP in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your service. I would like to recognize the resident coordinator of Nigeria among us, as well as the Canadian High Commissioner to Nigeria. Distinguished representatives here from across the continent coming to share with us in Nigeria the experience of development of civil service on the continent and beyond. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Executive Director of UN Women, the Undersecretary General, Sima Baus, I am honored to be with you here to convey the goodwill message of the United Nations for Women on the occasion of the launch of the Inclusive Network for Supporting Progress, Innovation, and Reform and Equity for Women, also known as INSPIRE. I would like to commend the government and the people of Nigeria for their sustained efforts in advancing gender equality and women's empowerment. And I also recognize the leadership of Her Excellency, the First Lady, for her strong commitment to this agenda. Nigeria has made notable progress through initiatives such as Renewal Hope, Social Impact, and Empowered Hair Program, the Nigeria Women Program, and the National Women Economic Empowerment Policy, stronger legal and policy framework, including the domestication of the VAP Act and also the adoption of the third National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security. Those are notable domestication of international conventions that strengthen the protection of women, the development of women in Nigeria. These efforts reflect a clear shift towards coordinated, supported, budgeted, multi-sectoral action by the government of Nigeria in favor of women. However, I would like to highlight here that significant challenge still remain. Women's political representation, for example, remains critically low, and structural inequality persists due to deep-rooted social norms, economic barriers, and institutional gaps. These are situations that are historical, these are situations that are structural, and we command the effort of the government of Nigeria to look for solutions that will allow women to express their potential. It is in this context that the launch of Inspire becomes both timely and strategic. It offers an opportunity, a platform to strengthen partnership, to amplify impact, and to accelerate system transformation. Achieving meaningful progress will require, we all know, sustained investment, stronger investment, and accountability to committed programs. That's where the whole of government approach adopted by Nigeria is very important, where the women's affairs and the civil services are joining hands to ensure that the vision of the President of the Republic is implemented. I therefore commend the leadership of the Federal Civil Service under Her Excellency, Ms. Didi Oche, for placing gender equality at the center of government action. Recent initiatives, including the high-level retreats of senior public officials, and this launch demonstrates amply strong political will, and UN Women, together with UN agencies here in the room, under the leadership of the UN Resident Coordinator, are proud to support Inspire through the partnership with the Office of the Civil Service, as well as ongoing collaboration with the ministry in charge of women's affairs and other institutions. These efforts and the investment of the UN will strengthen gender-responsive policies, planning, and implementation across governments. I also extend appreciation to the government of Canada for its continued support to advancing gender equality in Nigeria through a strong partnership with UN Women and the Ministry of Women's Affairs. The very success. When you look behind, you always find the UN behind you. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Dr. Maxime for those very powerful and inspiring insights. Now, it is my great pleasure to bring up to the stage for another goodwill message, a visionary public servant whose commitment to empowerment, inclusion, and national transformation is shaping a more equitable future for formation, is shaping a more equitable future for women and girls across this great nation. Please join me in welcoming Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI, Minister of Women Affairs, Nigeria.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Mother of the Nation, my mother, our mother, distinguished Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON. May I also ably recognize the head of the service for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my dear sister, Mrs. Didi Esther Olsen-Jack, OON, MNI. May I recognize all honorable ministers here, heads of government, MDAs, captains of industries, the ED of the UN Women, who is ably represented by my brother, Mr. Maxine Hunato. May I recognize also all permanent secretaries here, development partners, the resident coordinator of the UNDP, my sister Elsie Atofa, UN Women, who is ably represented here, all former permanent head of services. I can see my sister here, Auntie Folashade. I recognize you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to join distinguished stakeholders here, development partners, public sector leaders, and reform champions at this important gathering. I wish to specially acknowledge and thank Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, for her presence here today. It has further reiterated the importance of the launch of Inspire. We thank her for her continuous support, her unwavering commitment to the advancement of our women, our children, families, the vulnerable people, and her continued inspiration to all of us. This conference sends a strong and a timely message that governance reforms remains a national priority, and that the Nigerian civil service continues to occupy a central place in our national applicable than within the institutions responsible for governing the nation and sitting here today. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is unambiguous. Public institutions deliver better outcomes when they cultivate environments where employees experience dignity, safety, professionalism and fulfillment, and equal access to opportunity. Provisions for maternity protection, safe workplaces, childcare support, mental health, and zero tolerance for harassment and critical concerns. They are the foundation of a capable, a modern civil service. Ladies and gentlemen, the Inspire initiative arrives at precisely the right moment to drive and sustain this momentum. I therefore appreciate and congratulate the efforts of our head of service and also the technical partners that have contributed to the design of this timely intervention. Your Excellency, my dear participants, our excitement about this initiative is real because the urgency is real. Estimates indicate that women's economic exclusion cost Nigeria up to 37% loss in productivity. It is also clear, it is therefore clear that Mr. President's vision and our collective ambition of achieving a $1 trillion economy demands that we act differently. You may recall Mr. President's decisive remark yesterday during the opening ceremony, reiterating the importance of building an inclusive and future-ready civil service. The Inspire project will complement it in ensuring that we create pathways for women to assume leadership roles to help address the existing gaps at the top level of our civil service. This aligns perfectly with the ongoing implementation of the National Gender Policy of 2021-2026 and the Women's Economic Empowerment Policy of 2023 to 2028. While these instruments provide strategic roadmap, the Inspire initiative serves as a critical vehicle in translating that roadmap into institutional reality. May I commend our MDAs for strengthening their gender desk. The work is far from over. We now must advance to the next frontier that the Inspire initiative offers us. The Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, Social Development commits its full engagement to the success implementation of the Inspire initiative. We will bring our policy leadership, technical expertise, and institutional partnership to bear fruits. As I conclude, let me quickly point that what's spoken in conferences like this must become action felt in offices, in our homes, and our communities across Nigeria. And to every institution, every leader, and every partner present here today, including our private sector players, we must charge ourselves to 4 critical actions. Firstly, we must fully implement the 6-month maternity leave policy without exception or penalty. Women must never be forced to choose between caring for their children or building a career. We must also establish workplace crutches, enforce zero-tolerance policies on harassment. Childcare is an institutional responsibility, and a safe workplace is not an additional benefit, it's a right. Thirdly, we must mainstream gender-responsive budgeting and implement the 30% affirmative procurement policy approved by Mr. President. We must move these commitments from policy documents into binding institutional practice. And fourthly and lastly, we must invest deliberately in leadership pipelines for our women through mentorship, sponsorship, and succession planning that fast-tracks qualified women into senior roles this country needs them to occupy. And initiatives like the Inspire present such opportunities. I would like to share a little story. A few years ago, my neighbor knocked on my door, and she said, "Oh, I'm taking a sabbatical leave." And I said, "Why?" She said, "Because my mother-in-law fell sick." The women dominate our care economy. I'm glad to announce that, as mandated by His Excellency Mr. President, very soon we will unveil our care economy strategy that will help to support our caregivers so that we can formalize that sector in line with global practice. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, Ma, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in expressing our gratitude to our leader, our father, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his political will, for his prioritization of an inclusive governance structure, and his policy encouragement in creating the enabling environment for reforms like this one to evolve. May I also specially appreciate, applaud, and celebrate our amiable mother of the nation, Her Excellency the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, CON, for her mentorship, her passionate advocacy, the warmth and conviction with which she champions the causes of our women, our children, and families across the nation. May I also thank my dear sister, the reformer, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, ONMNI, for her visionary and tireless leadership of this initiative. I also would like to appreciate all our permanent secretaries, both at the federal and the state levels, for ensuring that political will translates into tangible action of our governance system, and whose buy-in is essential for making the Inspire initiative a success. And to our development partners, we thank you for your steadfast technical support and for your partnership. Together, we will make the Inspire initiative a lived reality. I thank you all. May God bless you all, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Uman.
Toro Senjo, Yoga to Amao, Gamba in Bangwa, to a Teleka Pavane Wananga, to a Teleka Pavane Wananga, Amaga Home on a quarter with a donor, Amaga Home passing a quarter with a donor, to a Tela Young and Oba, to a Tela Young and Fivina, to a Tela Young and Gama Toro Senjo, Yoga to Ama, Gama in Bangwa, to a Teleka Pavane Wananga, to a Teleka Pavane Wananga. Yola Quabe Kayo, one of us, Yola Quabe. Oh, to a jambe, to a jambe, waja. Oh, to a jambe, to a jambe, waja. Oh, to a jambe, to a jambe, waja. Oh, to a jambe, to a jambe, waja.
Now the moment that we have been waiting for. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome onto the stage the mother of the nation, a great woman of grace, dedication, humanity, compassion, and dedication to service. Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Republic of Nigeria.
Have a protocol list, but protocol is actually common sense to an extent. So I'd like to recognize our host for today, the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Walsing Jack, OON, the Honorable Minister of Women Affairs and Social Development, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, the Chairman, Federal Civil Service Commission, Professor Tunji Olaokpa, former head of the Civil Service, Dr. Folashade Yemieson, Your Excellencies and members of the Diplomatic Corps, foreign delegates here present, and I'd particularly like to recognize Dr. Evan Agri-Dako from Ghana, Cosmos Maringa, Permanent Secretary, Public Sector Reforms and Performance, Office of the President and Cabinet, Zimbabwe, body of federal and state permanent secretaries here present, heads of parastatals and government agencies, and I would like to recognize the chairman, Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission, ICP. Dr. Musa Adamu Aliyu, development partners here present, the resident representative UNDP, Madam Elsie Atafua, representative of the Regional Director UN, Women, West and Central Africa, Dr. Maxine Onato, Country Director, DAI Global, Dr. Joe Abba, members of the Civil Service of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm. I am delighted to join you today at the International Civil Service Conference 2026, convened under the theme Reforms, Resilience, and Results. I thank the head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Walsing Jack, OON, for inviting me to be part of this conference and for her dedication to strengthening the Nigerian public service through purposeful reforms and inclusive leadership initiatives. And this is indeed one of a kind, and I salute that vision. Today's gathering is focused on the launch of the Inclusive Network for Supporting Progressive Leadership, Innovation, Reforms, and Equity for Women, Inspire. This initiative speaks to the kind of the civil service we must continue to build, one that supports its workforce, rewards competence, promotes fairness, encourages innovation, creates opportunities for professional growth, and truly reflects equity and excellence. Across the public service, women continues to make significant contributions as administrators, professionals, technical officers, managers, and leaders. Many of them carry their responsibility with quiet strength, dignity, discipline, and dedication. While acknowledging the progress made, we must also recognize the need for more inclusion, which is most meaningful when it comes with the opportunities to contribute, shape decisions, and influence outcomes. Therefore, Inspire is timely and crucial because it is geared towards providing stronger workplace participation and efficiency. The renewed hope agenda of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is anchored on inclusion, productivity, economic growth, and national transformation. When women are empowered, institutions become stronger, governance improves, and citizens benefit from better service delivery. That is why initiatives like Inspire are not just important for women alone, they are vital for national progress. I am pleased to learn that this initiative is designed to reach women across different levels of the civil service, from junior officers to executive level, and this is most important because leadership development should not begin only when a woman becomes a permanent secretary. It must begin early. A young officer who is properly mentored today may become the permanent secretary, head of service, minister, or a national leader tomorrow. To the women of the Nigerian civil service, I encourage you to contribute to strive for excellence, invest in your growth, embrace innovation and digital skills, support one another, and remain committed to service with integrity and diligence. To the men within the service, I encourage you to continue for your continued support and partnership in building workplace that promotes fairness, respect, and equal opportunity for all. I must note that the success of Inspire will not be measured only by today's launch, but by the impact it creates in the years ahead. Our nation needs institutions that can think, adapt, innovate, and compete globally. I urge all our stakeholders to support this initiative. Let Inspire become a living network of mentorship, learning, collaboration, and leadership. I commend the head of the civil service, Mrs. Didi Esther Walsim-Jack, OON, and her entire team for the vision behind Inspire. I also applaud the support of UN Women and all partners working to promote inclusion and better governance within our institutions. At this juncture, to the glory of Almighty God and benefit of women across the Nigerian civil service, I hereby officially launch Inspire, the inclusive network for supporting progressive leadership, innovation, reforms, and equity for women. God bless the Federal Civil Service. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
We can do better with that round of applause for Her Excellency. Can we please be upstanding as we appreciate her? Your presence here today at this 2026 International Service Conference is yet another demonstration of your enduring commitment to national development and human capacity building. Your Excellency, we're very grateful. Please, the chief, all our foreign delegates, heads of delegation, heads of service from the participating countries, please join the head of civil service for a photo opportunity with Her Excellency. Can we have you join very quickly, please? And I like that we make it pretty very snappy. Up the stage, sir. This way, sir. There's a walkway. There's a walkway here. This way, please. I like that we make it snappy. I would like you to be somewhere close to the stage. UN women and the UN family. Foreign delegates, please be on standby. We're doing this with some dispatch. Heads of service. We'll do it in a batch of 20, just 20 per time. 20 per time. Please, the rest of you can just wait. If we have up to 20 here already. Yes, please. Come that way, sir. Okay, you can be here. Batch of 20s, please. And you are exiting after these photographs, you please go through the left wing of the stage. Thank you. So we can pave way for more permanent secretaries to come. And after that, the foreign delegates, please. The next batch of 20, please, that way out, sir. Thank you. Your Excellency, we're not done yet. Very quickly, can we have you come up? 20 per time. This will be okay. This will be okay. Please hold on. Thank you. 20 per time. The exit is that wing, left wing of the stage when you get here. Please, can we take our positions? Thank you, thank you. Please, let's pose for photographs, please, at this point. Thank you. Please bear with us. Please, you're going now, you're exiting on the through the left side of the stage. Can we have the next 20? Please, just 20 per time. That way out, please. Sorry. Kindly bear with us, foreign delegates. Please, I want you to be here. I think it's... Okay, you can join, please. Two of you can go to the other side. Stand in a manner that you can be seen. I hope no one is blocked. Please, let's do this. Foreign delegates. States head of civil service. Heads of civil service from the 36 states and FCT. States heads of civil service, please come this way. This is the entry point. Oga, come to this side of the stage. This is the way up. Please, let's make it snappy, please. Oga, madam, can we make it snappy, please? Please, can we have this picture quickly, please? Thank you very much. Class of 2017 permanent secretaries, I don't know how many of you are here. We're pleading to see if you can still have an opportunity. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Masters of Ceremonies are pleading for a photo opportunity. Oh, we have service chiefs. Please, the head of civil service, please plead with our mommy. We have service chiefs and heads of paramilitary agencies here. Please, can you take your turn quickly? Mommy, please, when you're done, ma. Yeah. Please, a round of applause for Her Excellency, the First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, having launched Inspire and has spoken so well, giving all her moral support, and of course all that there is to make these an annual event and a huge success. We'd like to thank you very much. Please, let's just wait a bit and we'll get to take the national anthem very quickly. As soon as she gets to her set, may we please rise for the anthem to bring these aspects of our program to a close.
Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, we wish you a very brilliant day ahead. And we continue to pray for you and pray for the first man of Nigeria, the president, and yourself, and first family, and all of us for Nigeria to succeed, get even more stronger and more virile as we march on. Thank you so much. Please be seated. The rest of us can please take our seats. Olufunke, please be seated. The program is not over yet. For those of you meant to be in the other stages, you may wish to go there. For those of you in this stage where we are in, may quickly take your seats as we make progress with the rest of our program, the presentations and keynotes, as well as panel sessions. We'd like to thank you immensely for being here today. Please be seated. For those of you in the other stages, this is Reform. For those of you in Activate, which other name? Accelerate, Impact, Inspire, Activate, Rejuvenate, and all of you from the other stages, please, you may return to your stage. You may return to your stage. But for those of you in this auditorium, you may wish to take your seats for the continuation of this program. We're not done yet. Okay. What's her name? We're going to be taking a presentation from Christine Envik from Switzerland. That's going to be our next presentation. We would like to enjoin all of you to please take your seats. Please take your seats. The program is not over yet. Can we please take our seats for those of you in this stage? The program is by no means over yet. I would like to please call on you to take your seats as we get ready for Christian to come up with our presentation.
Yes, indeed. You know.
Hello? Yeah, no, it's on. I've got it on. Pardon? Everybody's leaving now. Yeah, leaving. After lunch. After lunch. You tell me. Yeah.
Safe flights. Thank you so much. Please, the program is not over yet. It's not sounding like mine. Let me tell them to tune the MC's mic. Tell them it's
Sorry. Oh, yeah.
Please, can you return this microphone one more time? Dr. Gideon, please. Your attention is needed. Please. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recall that this is day 2, and this day 2 also have roundtables that will be happening simultaneously immediately after lunch. Can you please do me a favor, turn this mic one more time? Thank you, sound manager. Roundtable, the new world of work imagined, the HR industry overview will be the topic for discussion on Roundtable 1. And so we expected all of us to move to a roundtable. We also have discussions such as strengthening public service leadership across Africa, national and subnational perspectives, integrated migration management in Nigeria, challenges, opportunities, and strategic reforms. That will be part of the roundtable conversations. And please, we also have topics such as the civil servant is also a citizen, and then, of course, the behavior of complex institutions as roundtable 1, 2, and 3, respectively. And then, of course, roundtable 3 will also be looking at navigating public sector reform. We're all expected after lunch to go to the various stages where the roundtables will be taking place. We count on your full participation. For now, I've been asked to announce that tea break and lunch are served together, and the head of the Civil Service of the Federation will lead all the VIPs to the VVIP pavilion, and those of you VIPs will also go to your pavilion, and the rest of us will take our turn respectively. We'd like to thank you once more, and we expect you back here at exactly The lunch will take for 30 minutes. We're expected to reconvene after 30 minutes. And then the roundtables will be happening in the various stages with the topics that we have just mentioned. And we expect that you will give us your rapt attention and full participation. Thank you so very much. Glad to see you. Thank you. Bon appetit as you go for lunch. We expect you back here to reconvene after 30 minutes. Enjoy your meals.
Them plan can't hold. Your light brighter than silver and gold. Me walk through fire, me heart stay bold. Me trust in a God, my spirit now fall. Can't touch a child of the Most High King. Me under the wings will protect everything. Them words them fling, but it can't do a thing. My soul secure, so me just keep singing. My tongue rising.
For growth, resilience, building airports. But when you're building an airport, you must do the long-term view of it, even before you dig the floor, to be sure that when that infrastructure is built, serve a structure
and at state level. At federal government, most of our ministries are inundated on constituency projects in that village. Who are using it? I have seen so many of such roads where if you go, what you find is donkeys and goats and animals. What you find is donkeys and goats and animals. Just the last one is the resilience gap. Now, resilience is very important. The topology of this country is different from one region to another. A road that will stand the test of time in Maiduguri may not stand the test of time in Port Harcourt or in Bayelsa. So we have to be resilient, take note of the climate, and make sure that what we build are sustainable based on the climate of that area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to take this in a different angle. Infrastructure development requires financing. Government alone cannot finance sustainable infrastructure for growth. Government needs partners. I'm sure the ICRC director will talk more on the public-private partnership. I'm glad that Nigeria is gradually going that way. Partnership with development partners, stakeholders are needed. But then we are talking about modernization now. So for infrastructure to bring about the sustained growth, especially public value, it must be integrated with technology. Smart cities are the in things now. Because when you see, I went somewhere and I saw some young adults sitting in a place, just gathered somewhere, and I was curious, and they said, oh, that is where there's internet. Meanwhile, this was an estate. So if we have smart cities, people will use this. A lot of young people are using the digital platform for their business.
DG ICRC. So introduce yourself and give us a quick take on the topic for 4 minutes.
All right, thank you very much. I apologize for joining late. I'm Dr. Jobson Oseodion Ewalifo, the Director General of the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission. So I've been assigned 4 minutes to quickly talk on the topic. Well, I will just go straight to the point. As the last speaker said, you cannot build public infrastructure today of our dream with the revenue we are getting from oil and other sources, from government funding. Let me put it as simple as that. Generally, we have to take a step forward in the state of our infrastructure. And for us, the National Infrastructure Master Plan document says that we have a deficit of $2.3 trillion in our infrastructure gap. And between year 2020 and 2043, we will require $100 billion every year to be able to bridge that gap. $100 billion every year cannot come from our earnings. You know that. Where's it going to come from? What's that? He said, when there's a will, there's a way. So I believe we are determined to build the infrastructure of this country. The way is there. And one of the way is to create an enabling environment for the private sector to come in. And what we are doing in SCRC is exactly that. And that's what Mr. President has tasked us to do. When I was appointed, he made it very clear. Mr. President has tasked us to do. When I was appointed, he made it very clear. Create an environment where the capital in the private sector can be harnessed for us to build our infrastructure. And that is exactly what we are doing here. I want to give an example of what happened. If you look at the Abuja-Akwanga road that is going on now, you know that it's being told presently, and the structure of that project is such that we have looked over the years. Building roads infrastructure is not the problem. The problem is in maintaining them. I'll give you an example. I'm from Edo State, and I remember I schooled in the University of Benin. I used to travel the Lagos-Benin road all the time when I was going to school. Every 2 to 3 years, they fix the road. Every 2 to 3 years, they will continue to fix it. But
put them out for concession so that at least, concessionaires can come, apply
over that period of time.
Multipurpose dam, which includes irrigation, hydropower, and water supply. Irrigation to all the areas for all year farming is what is being advocated right now. And with time, I believe that we will also see the results of what we are doing. But they have to be resilient.
Thank you very much.
We have been collaborating with streamline our processes such that PPPs are rounded up at the earliest time. We commissioned the Ikere Gorge project that have been abandoned for 40 years in Osun State. We just did that now to revive it. And it has, on paper, it has a capacity of 6 megawatts, but if full capacity can go 150 megawatts. So we have a lot of them like that. So let me just quickly say this. The mode of procurement that we do before now is that government will need to decide and advertise for most of these PPPs to be procured. But we are looking the other way, and we have engineered a way of doing it, which we call unsolicited. Before now, government solicits, but we are saying that as a private sector, if you have very good idea, you have very good initiative that you think that government can benefit from, we have created a framework which we call the unsolicited route that will accommodate your idea, provided you have the requisite technical and financial capacity to do the project. Please approach the MDAs or approach us. We'll direct back to the MDA. We've done a lot of projects like that. Example, before I round up, is the Kashimbila Cargo Airport. This was a project that was conceived by the T.Y. Najiman Foundation. When they brought it to us, they wanted to run the airport, the Kashimbila. And we told them that there's no passenger traffic to Kashimbila. The project is not viable like that. However, there's a dam that is there, Kashimbila Dam. It has a 3,000 irrigation land for farming. And we said, so why don't you find a way of taking advantage of that land, of the water, and do agriculture, so that you can convert that airport from a passenger airport to an agro-cargo airport, where you can export all your produce from there. And they bought the idea through unsolicited means. It went to FEC approved, and by next month, I'm going there to see the progress of work. That's one way we can get the private sector to come in. And I invested millions of dollars, I can confirm. So, like I said, I can mention, I can go on and on, but for time, let me stop at that note. Thank you very much.
Yes, so we have very limited time left. On the audience, maybe we'll take so that there's enough time for you to get a response. Show of hands. I want us, okay, so 1, 2, that's it. You didn't hurry up now. If there's still time, we'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon,
Yes.
panelists. Good afternoon, colleagues and the audience. I just want to ask the communication man the place of the digital public infrastructure.
Who are you asking?
Oh, sorry. The panelists, the one that...
Which one? Number. These are the benefits that come thereafter, even though people don't often see the direct correlation. Okay? So you see a lot of upsurge. Because
My name is Yemi Sachs. There's a perfect song for every moment. One for the drive home, one for the evening unwind, and one that wraps up your day as you lie in bed. With Spotify Premium, you can cue your favorite songs and keep your rhythm steady, just the way you like it. Organize your queue and keep your preferred rhythm on Spotify Premium.
Stay in the zone with ad-free music listening on Spotify Premium. Whether you're studying, working, or powering through a busy day, Premium keeps your focus sharp with non-stop music listening. Stay focused, stay inspired. Enjoy ad-free music listening all day, all night. Go Premium today.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. You can come close. Okay. I think. Good afternoon, all. Let me start by introducing myself. My name is Napoleon Inayaba. I'm Program Specialist, Rule of Law and Human Rights with the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. I'm based here in Abuja. Today we have 3 panel members, and we're honored to have one of them seated with us. In the course of the discussion, as other panel members come, we will bring them on stage. But for those of you who have spared time to join us, I would say welcome. Allow me to start by introducing my one and only panel member at this moment. With honor, I introduce Dr. Aishetu Gogo Ndayako. She's the Permanent Secretary, Ecological Project Office. And today we will be covering the topic, Making Deadline Matter, building a culture of delivery in government. Let me start with a bit of an intro for us before I call him Madam Aishatu. Let's be clear that it is an absolute honor to be in your midst this afternoon to examine this critical topic which I have just mentioned, making deadline matter, building a culture of delivery in government. And this is as part of the ongoing International Civil Service Conference. We often say that the civil service is the engine room of government. When this engine is well oiled and running efficiently, the nation thrives. Today, the public service interacts with all manner of people and events in our country. And with these comes deadlines and the need to meet up with priorities. Yet, if we're being honest with ourselves, we sometimes treat deadline as a moving target. Mere suggestion on our calendar that can be shifted with a memo, a valid excuse, or a request for an extension. But we must remind ourselves of a fundamental truth. In governance, a missed deadline is never just a scheduling issue. It has real-world consequences. A delayed health policy means vulnerable population remains at risk. A delayed infrastructure project inflates costs and creates economic bottlenecks. a delayed procurement or administrative process stores development intervention that citizens are desperately waiting for. Every time a deadline shifts, we delay the dividends of democracy, and more critically, we erode public trust. Building a culture of delivery means shifting our collective mindset. It means transitioning from a culture that rewards mere effort and process to a culture that demands outcome and timeline. It requires us to look at our systemic bottlenecks. Why do files get stuck? And why do projects stall? To fix this, we need robust performance management. We must leverage digital tools and innovation, and above all, we need accountability at all levels, from the entry-level officer up to the permanent secretary. Delivery must become our primary metric for success. Over the next few minutes, myself and Dr. Aisha2, we will be unpacking the root causes of delay in our ministries, departments, and agencies. More importantly, we would explore actionable, practicable strategies to ensure that government set a target, it delivers on time and in full. At this point, I would like to call on Madam Aisha2 to give a take on this topic. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Yeah, okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, moderator, my other panelists, and all of you here with us, watching in the room and those online. Today our topic is making deadlines matter, building a culture of delivery in government. As the moderator has elucidated, deadline missed means the ripple effect is quite enormous. But our reality today is that resources are limited. At the same time, public expectations are higher. Today's citizens demand transparency, accountability, and faster service delivery. Thus, we must keep to deadlines. Some of the problems or some of the generic causes of missing deadlines is for us to go back to how do you set the policy or targets to the public servants responsible for such actions. Are the goals clear? Are the priorities clear? Is the leadership effective in transmitting the information? Do you have a comprehensive framework with timelines of execution with tangible and measurable outcomes? What kind of monitoring and evaluation do we have in place? What are the structural teamwork or collaborations in place? And there has to be room for continuous improvement. So as public servants, whatever we do, we must aim to improve public trust. And that is got when they are able to see tangible results of what you set out to achieve. Thank you. We have a Vitalis, Dr. Vitalis is here.
Thank you very much, Ma. I think while you're speaking, we've been joined by a second panel member, Dr. Vitalis Obi MNI, who is the Permanent Secretary, Federal Civil Service Commission. Sir, you're welcome. So, sir, today, as you're aware, we're considering the topic Making Deadline Matter, Building a Culture of Delivery in Government. And we would like to welcome your initial introductory take on this subject matter. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, the moderator, Transformative Panel Secretary, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Please permit, I apologize for coming behind time. I was also in another panel where I just rounded up and just came here straight. And this is a very important topical discussion that we're having because it actually borders on, it's an index to the extent our society also has developed in her matrix of achieving delivery in good governance. Globally, it is an accepted standard that timelines should be met, targets should be met, and within the structured framework, goals, objectives are met. And that's essentially hallmarks in management performances across the globe. It's very effective in Singapore, Estonia, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, even in Japan and the UK. These countries did not achieve these things by dream. They achieved it with a will, with intentionality, deliberateness, and owning the outcome. And that's what we need here. We need to institutionalize it. So it's not just a reform that we should do this on paper, but the system should be structured to achieve that. That's why this civil service, under this leadership, is coming up with a whole of service approach that the reforms from within her belly speaks to meeting all the goals and timelines as she has stated out. And the inculcating fears I see in civil servants that this good thing starts, will it last? Those fears should not be home to us. Our minds should come up egalitarian over and above it. We should not be afraid of things like that. We should rather move into this sphere where any good thing we achieved via reform should be institutionalized via legal framework, policy inculcation, and driving it home to practice. So I believe that under the civil service, federal civil service strategic implementation plan, which this government is driving, the first one has come and passed. We're in the second tranche, which has also come and passed. A new tranche is about to be bettered, and it will continue together with all this. Even this International Civil Service Conference we're having is also a reform in its own self, delivering certain goals. All have come to stay. So they are sustainable. And if you listen to our civil service anthem, we're talking about sustainability of goals that were achieved, building a system, that will stand the test of time. So I believe that it is here, it's come to stay, and we in civil service that is well structured in pillars, well firmed up to be able to achieve these goals, will not let it slip, not now and not tomorrow, because the future actually starts now. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I think before I go into the rounds of questions, please can we encourage our panel with rounds of applause for their introductory take. And I want to commend both of you for the initial sort of take on the topic so far. Dr. Aisha too has actually highlighted the challenge of limited resources, but also recognize the scale of expectations from the public and highlight the importance of capacity and the need to introduce comprehensive performance system, while also highlighting the importance of monitoring, evaluation, and learning, and saying what kind of MES system do we have. She recognized the importance of collaboration and also highlights that this is a continuous process, and as such there is need for improvement as we go. Dr. Vitalis has complemented this significantly and making references to countries where timeline is taken really importantly, and making references to countries like Luxembourg and other countries around the world, and the need for Nigeria the civil service to incorporate a civil service system, and also highlighted that the policy that is being introduced now needs to be implemented while also recognizing the fears, but highlighting the importance of implementing this process, and also landing with the issue of sustainability of systems that stand the test of time. So having heard this, I will now gradually begin to piece this so that we welcome your sort of input. I will have a couple of questions, and if you can just take 3 minutes each to just respond to my question, I would sincerely appreciate. So starting with you, Madam Dr. Aishatu, I mean, based on your experience, you are a permanent secretary. Why is there often a disconnect between setting a deadline and actually meeting it? Are times usually unrealistic from the start, or is the execution flawed?
Thank you so much. When you plan, you must take into consideration all the key elements to achieve the outcome. Now, if you fail to plan properly, you will find that you will not be able to execute or achieve what you aim to do. That's fundamental. 2, if you do not trickle it down to all the staff responsible for the project, you must articulate and ensure that role that you set out for them of time and manpower. Also, you find that sometimes things happen beyond your control. Achieving something when you have effective communication with the people, and you must start from the grassroots. If it is a project, let's say, give an example, for any ecological mitigation project, we start by going to the community and discussing with them before we plan what we are going to do to remediate. So it's essential that you take along every stakeholder before you plan any project. And then you must consider all your things that you require, from the funding to the policy that you require, to the manpower, to the equipment, and any other thing, to permissions and licenses that even you require. So you start from the big thing to the mundane things and take it all along before you finally come up with a plan to execute what you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma. All well said. So I will come to Dr. Vitalis with the same question I have asked Dr. Aishatu. Dr. Vitalis, you do recognize that civil service is set up for service provision and meeting public needs. Those public needs and wants are not things that can wait, and there is need to continually meet those needs. So I guess my question is, why is there often a seemingly disconnect between deadline and actually meeting those deadlines that we have sometimes set on our own? And I asked the follow-on question about, is it that we have been unrealistic in terms of how we plan, or we have never thought of the sort of what it takes for those plans to materialize? When I mean materialize, I mean the execution of those plans. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. I will always start globally. Globally, in any system, or let me just focus on the civil service itself. Civil service itself is the engine room of governance, and it's built on pillars structure to meet its own goals. In itself, is strategic. The term civil service itself is the strategy that government uses to achieve her goals and her plan, and it is age-long, it's consistent, doesn't change, addition changes, it stays in place. So that means it runs on a specific plan, a system that runs on planning. With planning, there are goals that it sets out to achieve, the timeline, the targets it has to meet. Now, the people, like my colleague said, the people need to own it. There has to be buy-in. People need to be carried along. There has to be inclusivity. There has to be engagement of everyone. And then, with the timeline set, they have to also be provided with the tools, the enabling working environment for them to achieve those goals in which they have been set to achieve as well. And then the leaders, the government of the day, will need to lead by example from the front. When government says this is the time we should do this, government goes ahead of the civil servants, lead them to achieve those goals and achieving that time. But like all government policies, they are not cast in stone. So timelines are not cast in stone. They can be reviewed. If there are challenges to meet them, where there's a disconnect between the individuals to carry out the exercise and the target to be met, where there's a disconnect, review, we check what are the challenges, what analysis to be done. And thank God this day, analysis is enough in the policy circle. If we are supposed to be here and we are here, we want to find out what does it take to get to this end goal. What are the challenges? We do a gap analysis. We check everyone too. We check the gender too. With the result of that ambient analysis, government is able to take decisions that will also help the goals to be met. So the civil service in itself, coming back home, being that structure, when we set timelines for us to meet goals, the enabling work environment has to be provided, tools, and all that will make it happen should be done. And this day that we even have the AI, we need to use innovative systems of digitalization and computerization to get those goals. Thank God we have the service-wide GPT that civil servants now use to solve their problems and easily get answers to the tasks given onto them. So in all, this, I wouldn't want to focus on a disconnect, but I want to be part of the solution rather. In all, when these times are set, we in the part of the leadership of the government, we do all we need to do to provide everything that will make our servants achieve those goals, help them to mitigate it, and know who to hold responsible. That's why we have implementation strategies. In that implementation, we know who to hold responsible, within what time you're supposed to deliver this, and help that person to achieve that goal. And if there are any issues, even if it's personal, we want to help the individual to overcome his personal issues and still achieve those goals. That's why I said government is a whole of service approach, not just the end goals, but even the servant who is carrying out the goal. What are his own personal challenges? Government will step in to want to help the servant to achieve his personal challenges. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I want to make reference to two things both of you have said. Dr. Aisha today speak about roles and responsibility, but also within that she highlighted the importance of communication, such that roles and responsibilities are clear and such that people would know who does what needs to be done, and at what time does that need to be done. And then Dr. Vitalis, you started off really well by saying that the civil service is a system that is built on planning. I think there is no better way to put it other than framing it that way. I come to a second question, and if I can just get 1 minute each response from both of you, I would appreciate. The popularly held perception out there is that the civil service is highly bureaucratic and that it is rule-bound to ensure transparency. Now, not from a negative point of view, but to ensure transparency. How do we balance the strict needs for due process, especially in areas like procurement and fund administration, with the urgent need for timely service delivery. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. That is already happening. We are utilizing technology. So digitization of our processes has really cut down bureaucratic processes, and timelines are reduced now. So, and also by recognizing public servants, civil servants that are doing well, encouraging them and retooling them and training them, adapting to current trends, that really has cut down on our bureaucratic processes. I mean, all of us can work from wherever, from any part of the world, because we are using digital tools now, and that really effectively has cut down a lot of bureaucratic bottlenecks. Thank you.
Can we come to you, Dr. Vitalis?
Yeah, my response is actually not far from what my senior had just said. When we say highly bureaucratic, we were referring to the bottlenecks that exist in the bureaucracy itself. Civil service in itself is a bureaucracy. But with digitalization, with innovative practices, the word highly is diminished, because now the process is seamless. We're able to move from table to table. Things are moving very fast. The human interfaces have been eliminated, reducing all those interferences, just red tapeism and bottlenecks that make it so highly that made it difficult in achieving timelines. Now we're achieving timelines faster with this process of digitalization, automation of processes, and we're able to ensure that due process is inculcated in it. So that's the role where technology has come in and has reformed our service delivery.
Absolutely. We know for sure the civil service has gone really digital, and the sort of efficiency and scale and speed that is bringing to bear in the delivery of services within the civil service. At this point, I will come to the audience for any question we would have for our panel members, and after that, if we have more rooms to take questions, because we need to be out of here by 4:30. More room to take questions, we will come back to take more questions. But over to you in our audience. So thanks very much. In the absence of any question from our audience, I think the panel is doing an excellent job. Please, let's encourage them. So I'll go to the issue of accountability and leadership, still focusing on making deadlines work. Now, a culture of delivery relies on accountability. Currently, what happens that there are perceptions that deadlines are missed. How can we implement effective consequences management where meeting targets is rewarded, where meeting target is rewarded and missing them has professional implication? I mean, Madam Shatu, you already covered a bit of this slightly, but I still want you to cover this more. I mean, you manage a lot of people and you know what it means to reward. You spoke to reward, but you spoke to consequences, but people might want to hear that more deeper in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. You know that to achieve anything, it's just like maybe I need to build the Lagos-Calabar Highway and I take the project to Ministry of Health. That is already a problem. So in civil service, most of our civil servants are trained to do the impossible. Once given the environment, the enabling environment to do it. If any civil servant is told, this is your target, this is your timeline, and I've given you all the tools to do it, the resources to do it, that project will get done within the framework. I can tell you the federal civil servants in Nigeria are that way. They are professional. So once you strengthen leadership accountability systems and you give everybody their clear rules, they will achieve that. It's investment in the people and our institutions helps to do that. One thing we have not done, which we are encouraging, is giving the federal civil servants the appropriate wages that collaborate with others similar in the general Nigerian ecosystem. That would really encourage their output. However, even with whatever situation we find ourselves, once you continue to recognize and reward excellence, and you have feedback mechanism whereby any of our staff or any civil servant can tell you, Madam, you sent me to build a road, I'm a medical doctor, I think I'm better equipped to go to the hospital. That would really change that would really enhance the output of our public servants. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vitalis. While still on issues of accountability and leadership, I want to ask a quick question on the role of leadership. Culture flows from the top, no doubt. What specific behavior must leadership or someone as yourself, a permanent secretary, model to instill a delivery-first mindset in the respective teams? I do acknowledge all that Madam Aisha, Dr. Aisha has said, but there are oftentimes some challenges with some people. So in the event of that, how do you model or instill a delivery-first mindset in teams? Thank you.
John Maxwell defined leadership as the ability to influence people for good. So the leader must be someone who has that influence, who would want to lead from the front with respect to delivering, providing excellent delivery. The leader in him herself must also be seen to do the same, so that the follower or the person who is being led will see a typical example, role model who is exemplary in character, in conduct, in intellectual capital and capacity to do what he or she needs to do. But at the same time, the leader should be sensitive enough to the needs of the led. Why promoting accountability and transparency? And accountability simply means the ability to account. So if a leader who possesses that ability to account for the trust placed in him or her by the led, in carrying and in managing both human and material resources effectively in meeting the goals, the led, which are the human resource tool, will do the same, follow the example of leader in meeting goals as the leader has demonstrated in meeting those goals. And like my colleague said, when one good quality of leadership is empathy. So the leader, being a servant leader, would want to take into consideration the needs, following needs assessments of the led, and try to find out what catalytical things will help them to increase the service delivery. What are the challenges? So the leader puts himself or herself in the position of the lead, feels what they feel, needs what they also need, and will be able to mobilize resources, because the leader has the power to appropriate, to approve, and then deploy that resource to help the lead in mitigating and overcoming that challenge, which also brings us the question of the wages. So when the lead is working, we should move from the concept of a minimum wage to a living wage, which will take care of the motivation for the lead to deliver the service as being employed. I'm coming from the Civil Service Commission, where every time at the point of recruitment, every civil servant is given an appointment to a cadre. That cadre has a schedule of duties outlined for each grade level. Now, for that particular officer on that particular grade level to do his task and job, when he gets to his office, he needs to have an enabling work environment, working tools that all should be provided to help him achieve the goals as stated in his scheme of service, by which he now knows that by the time he has done this job for the next 3 years or so, according to the same rules of the scheme, he's now eligible for promotion to the next level to the normal promotion process. So in doing that too, like my colleague said, they recognize the reward and system must also be put in place. But as much as the reward and recognition system are put in place to encourage good civil servants who have excelled in their duty posts, and let them be because, for example, the same stick should be applied to those who do what is wrong in the system. Penalty should be given to those who intentionally break the rules and to serve as a deterrent. So while we uphold the reward and recognition, we should also uphold discipline and punish those who do what is wrong outrightly. And that's why in Singapore they have achieved what they achieved, because in Singapore they've told the civil servants, if you see a fellow civil servant who is corrupt, report him. Why? That reportage will bring a reward to the civil servant. If he's able to report 10 people who are corrupt, because of his ability to report them, he's going to get promoted. Now, nobody wants to be seen as corrupt. Nobody wants to be seen as corrupt. So nobody wants to lose that promotion. So you can see that the civil service has shaped itself, and everybody is sitting upright. So that's a system that, from bottom-up approach within itself, evolved to be this glorious civil service that we are now talking about as an example. So it is still the same people that said everything rises and everything falls on leadership. If leadership is right, I can tell you the truth, the bureaucracy that follows that leadership will be right. But if leadership is wrong, from the very office of the leader with his lieutenants, they will all be wrong. And it will corrupt the entire bureaucracy behind them. And then no goals will be achieved, delivery will be very poor, the citizens will suffer, and the entire system collapses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So wrapping up now, I have one question for both of you, just 1 minute to respond. And it goes thus: if you had the power to change one systemic issue or policy tomorrow morning to drastically improve project delivery times across the civil service, what would it be?
The financing system. When I said financing the project, financing my staff, their wages, finance takes care of everything. Once we address that, we get it right, we'll get everything right.
Dr. Vitalis.
My contribution would be different. I want to digitalize the entire project delivery system from start to finish. And removing every form of human interface from point of conception through a concept note to its implementation to a strategy, which includes the funding that my colleague just mentioned about, and then with adequate monitoring and evaluation, with digital monitoring, digital evaluation, and we'll see the result digitally, removing all human interface, and we'll see the project being delivered, carried out. I would love such a station that, if that's in place, we'll see projects being met within time. No more white elephant projects, no more projects that are existing on paper in terms of this thing, and then nobody's accounting, nobody's taking responsibility, and there's poor transparency. We'll get a better delivery system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much, sir. I think once again, with your kind permission, I'd like to wrap it up by saying a number of things have arisen from this session. Is about timeline. It's about the fact that the civil service will deliver and will deliver on time the quality and the timeliness of the service that Nigerians are yearning for if the civil service is empowered, capacity, resources, materials to do so. and that capacity is not lacking in the civil service. And I think this is what all Nigerians do acknowledge. There is also the highlight of the issue of wages. Issue of wages came up repeatedly, and the need to incentivize this process, which also was part of the conversation in the plenary earlier in the morning. So it's good that this has equally arisen here, and leadership is also critical. We have seen the need for empathic leaders, leaders who can put themselves and lead from the front and not from the back. But also the issue of upholding discipline in the system and encouraging performance. I think Dr. Aisha too has been very smart by saying, give me finance, I will.
Permanent secretaries, I beg your pardon, heads of civil service from the states. You're also expected to join the head of civil service in the room 1, directly behind the VVIP food court, just down here. Thank you very much. So, the very first set of presentation on performance contracting in Zimbabwe's public sector as a deliverology strategy, success, institutionalization, and sustainability is what we're going to be talking about. And to take us through this will be Mr. Maringa Cosmore, the Permanent Secretary in Public Sector Reforms and Performance Management, Zimbabwe. You have the floor at this point for your presentation. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed. For the sake of time, I had prepared a video. I wanted to illustrate first by a video, then I go to my presentation. But because of time, I've been requested to do this, not exceeding 15 minutes, or 10 minutes, he said 10 minutes. So I'll do this in 10 minutes, then we go to the moderation table. In Zimbabwe, we are implementing what are called performance contracts. I wanted a video. Yeah, because it's part of technical team, can you please play the video? I'll start by playing a video which is going to illustrate the performance contracting system in Zimbabwe on the day of what we call the National Day of Signing of Performance Contracts. So can you put So this is the performance contracting signing ceremony. It marks the official implementation and evaluation of performance contracts in Zimbabwe. It's constituted by all the senior public sector officials, ministers. We have got permanent secretaries. We have got CEOs of public entities down to local authorities. So we bring them together so that they can sign their contracts as a commitment to His Excellency the President to say that we are going to deliver what we have included in our performance contracts. So to us, it's a national day. It's an important day in our country. That's where they really show their commitment. So you can see there the Vice President. Then His Excellency the President is coming in to the event. As I'm saying, it's a very important event in Zimbabwe. Then there is the national anthem. Like here we're hearing about the national anthem for the hello, can you reduce can you suppress the music? Are you hearing me? Yeah, they are hearing me.
Please, what he's asking you to do is to take out the audio, play back the video without the audio. He knows what every transition in this video is, so you'll be able to explain.
Yeah. Okay. So as you can see there, His Excellency the President is seated there. As the chairman of the Public Service Commission and is the Chief Secretary to the President and Cabinet. We've got our Vice President. Then those are the winners of the year 2025. They are recognized this year. And you see the minister that is kneeling down is the best performing minister for 2025. Is another deputy minister receiving his award. Those are ministers of state for provincial affairs and devolution. Like here we've got the federal states. That one is the chairperson of a public entity. The same goes to Madam. You see now they are now signing, after the awards, they now sign the performance contracts. You can see the president is signing with the minister of our metropolitan province, Harare. There's a deputy minister signing with His Excellency the President. So His Excellency the President signs with ministers, deputy ministers, then the Chief Secretary, Chairman of the Public Service Commission, and Secretary for Finance. They sign with the permanent secretaries. His Excellency the President was signing with the Attorney General. So the Attorney General, Auditor General, they are part and parcel of that. The Minister of Defense, they are signing with His Excellency the President to show a commitment to perform this year. There we see the Minister of Mines signing with His Excellency the President. There's the Minister of Industry, Minister of ICT, Information Communication Technology. Then His Excellency the President will deliver a keynote address emphasizing on the importance of performance and meeting the citizens. We have suppressed the video as he has requested, but what he was saying there is we need to ensure that we meet the expectations of the citizens, we need to address their needs, and we must be aware that whatever you're doing as civil servants is driven from the party, because the party is the one that forms government, and the government therefore must deliver to the people, because the party is voted into power by the people, and the party forms government. That's what he was basically saying, underscoring the need to perform. He was also underscoring the need for local authorities, which is the subnational level, to perform. And everyone is listening to what he's saying, because it's a serious matter, and so on and so on. So you can see they are listening attentively to what His Excellency the President has said. And in Zimbabwe, performance contracting has improved greatly in terms of delivering results, impactful results. At the end of this video, you will see some projects that we have done and the result of pushing for high performance and delivery in government. So performance contracting in Zimbabwe is bringing impactful results which are seen by the citizens. And we are happy to say that even ministers themselves, they are now even technocrats. They can speak over their contracts, they attend strategic plans, They are part and parcel of the whole programmatic framework of government. So to us, that's really high commitment from our ministers. So we are very happy with performance contracting, and we now move, each year we are broadening the scope and the framework so that everyone who is a holder of a public office must sign a performance contract. We will be going to councillors, we'll be going to all other MPs that are not ministers, so that they're able to commit themselves to perform to realize the needs and address challenges of the citizenry. In order to ensure that we enforce and reinforce performance contracting in Zimbabwe, we are currently developing a law which we are going to call Government Performance and Results Act. The bill is now with the Attorney General's office so that we deal with issues of non-performance or over-performance. If somebody has not performed, what is it that we're going to do? Maybe after 2 consecutive years or 3 consecutive years of non-performance, the person is dismissed. So those are the issues. At local level, they've also come up with what are called minimum service delivery standards, so that they meet the needs of the people around issues of wash, issues of roads, issues of public health, issues of housing, issues of dealing with the environment. So these are every year when the local authorities, they set targets, and these targets are backstopped by what are called by an SI, because we have realized that the local authorities are litigious. They can take government to court and so on. So we are really dealing with that, so that we want all the entire public sector to perform and deliver impactful results. And we are also, as part of reforms, we know that the language in government in Zimbabwe now is about output that we want. We have also strengthened our monitoring and evaluation system so that we are able to monitor periodically what government is doing and be able to report. Further than that, we are also conducting what are called citizen satisfaction surveys to determine what the people are saying in terms of the performance of government. So when you look at those, the peer review, the review by the seniors, and the review by the citizens, we are having what is called the 360 degrees performance evaluation system. So that is objective, so that whatever we're doing is credible, and we move forward with our development agenda. So this is performance contracting in Zimbabwe. In terms of institutionalization, I have talked about the legislation, I have talked about the training that we are doing, I've talked about even the periodic sharing of ideas, meetings, strategic meetings, to know where are we going. So that is helping us in terms of moving forward with our agenda for development. Ladies and gentlemen, in the interest of time, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we put our hands together for Mr. Cosmo Maringa one more time? Thank you. I have the responsibility of having to moderate this session after the very scholarly presentation by the Permanent Secretary of Zimbabwe. Thank you very much for your presentation, by the way. Now, I have with me here the 3 permanent secretaries that are on this panel. But just before I get to asking them any question, I'd like to start from you, because you've just shared your experience in Zimbabwe with us here at this international conference. What would you say inspired Zimbabwe to adopt performance contracting in the public sector?
Thank you very much. As I said from the beginning, the need to what we call manage for development results. And when we say managing for development results, we are saying, what is it that you are doing as government that is going to change the livelihoods of the people? So we want to measure government in terms of what we call outcomes and outputs. Outputs, for instance, we have built 20 clinics, but beyond the 20 clinics, we are saying, what is the change that is visible within communities? What is the change that is being brought nationally? So we said we must now heighten our performance to gear at outcome and impact. So we are really interested about the outcome. What is the change that we see in communities? If you build clinics, have you reduced the mortality? I think that's the key. Yeah. If you build schools, what is the impact on literacy? So that's the thrust that we're taking as government. So our reform and managing for development is geared at changing, ensuring that government manages for that. But in order for government to really manage for development results, you cannot just see results. So there's something that we need to do. We need to put up very robust systems in government. And in Zimbabwe, we said, let's manage with a tool called results IRBM. So we are using what is called integrated results-based management system that takes into account planning, budgeting, monitoring, personnel performance, down to MIS. So that whole chain, if you look at it, it defines what is called the government value chain, or the programmatic value chain of government. So we said we need to look at that. So our reform is basically starting looking at the bureaucracy itself. How can we capacitate it? How can we reform it? And how can we put in place enabling mechanisms like laws, procedures, and so on, so that we are now able to see the results. Because we can't just go to results without looking at ourselves first and setting up the vision, strategic plans, so that whatever we do is systematically coordinated and guided. Thank you.
I understand that very much, and our permanent secretaries here have listened to you, and I think it is pertinent that I begin to ask a question, especially starting from Dr. Deborah Odo. How relevant would you say that the system in Zimbabwe is related to what we're doing here in Nigeria in the public service?
Thank you very much. I am glad to hear about all that is happening in Zimbabwe, and I want to commend all that you've been able to do. In Nigeria, I think I can confidently say we've gone way beyond that. We started signing performance contracts as far back as 2012 with the then president and the ministers, and then our current president also has signed contracts with the ministers, and the contracts are cascaded down the line. So we have contracts signed with permanent secretaries with the directors, directors with the deputy directors, and right down to cover everyone in the system. And the good thing about it is that not only are key performance indicators identified, but they're also tracked and measured. And so the contracts are connected with our performance management system, whereby now that APA has been phased out, we actually use those indicators to track the staff's performance and reward accordingly, use it for promotion and other rewards as well, and also for consequence management as well. So I'm happy to say that Nigeria has certainly done a lot more with performance management systems, and I'm glad that Zimbabwe will have an opportunity to learn a bit from us.
Interesting. I like that response given to this. If you intend to make it a clap for her, please can we make it a clap? Because I intend to ask further questions, and I'm coming to Mr. Peter Fashodemi. I'd like to please find out from you what do you think that we can do in our institutional frameworks that are necessary for successful implementation of a project just as the one that they have in Zimbabwe?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, you didn't get that? Okay, fine. I'm asking, how can, what institutional frameworks do you think will be necessary for successful implementation if we want to leverage on what we have in Zimbabwe, here in Nigeria?
Thank you.
The green button. Green button.
Okay, hello? Okay, great. Thank you. Yes. So as my colleague just stated, we have already in place an institutional framework where the performance contracting takes place, linking the political appointees. Because before now, most of the time we expect the public servants or the civil servants who are the ones to deliver the projects, who are the ones to deliver the services. But with the way we currently, the framework that we have in Nigeria currently ensures that it evolves down from His Excellency the President. And why is that? The President is the leader of the executive. He is the one who has campaigned and made promises to the people. And in coming into office, he has, in the case of our current administration, 8 key priority areas that he promised and intends to deliver to the people. So the performance contracting that we currently operate actually devolves from those promises that Mr. President has made to the citizens. So those 8 key priorities are prioritized, and each of them have they look at the various agencies that are operating therein that are more attuned to achieving those mandates. Okay, and then they also come up with priorities for